Brought to you by your local independently owned Home Hardware or Home Hardware Building Center. Homeowners helping homeowners.
Griffith Rogers Center is open for the first time in the homestand. Carlos Villanueva making his second start of the season. He's set to take on the Chicago White Sox in the third game of this four-game series. As again's White Sox lineup is led off by Juan Pierre. Pierre's had a great series. He's 5 for 8 with 2 walks in this series. Lexi Ramirez, Adam Dunn, Paul Konerko. Konerko in the cleanup spot looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 8. A.J. Brzezinski, former Blue Jay Alex Rios, and Omar Vizquel. Brett Lillibridge gets a start in right field. First time he's played in this series. And Brett Morel as well, starting at third base.
Carlos Villanueva was very good his last time out. It was his first start since 2009. Villanueva allowed 1 run, 2 hits, a walk, and 5 strikeouts, 5 innings. Monday versus the Yankees as he picked up his second win of the season. He made a season-high 75 pitches. Now, he has faced the White Sox before, but it hasn't been since 2009. That was just a scoreless inning of relief while he was a member of the Milwaukee Brewers. So this will be his first look at this White Sox team.
And he'll try to cool off the red-hot Juan Pierre. Pierre riding a 12-game hit streak. He's hit .373 during that time. First pitch of the ball game is in there for a strike.
During that 12-game hit streak, Juan Pierre has seen his batting average rise 33 points. Just like last year when he got off to a slow start and heated up in May.
Fastball away. Juan Pierre is one of my favorite players in the big leagues. He is always prepared. He's always thinking about how he can help his team win, whether it's on the bases or at the plate. He drives this one to right. Bautista is there, and Pierre is retired.
Defensively for the Blue Jays, this will be our first look at Eric Thames in left field. He will get his first start in the outfield. Corey Patterson will be the DH this afternoon. He'll be joined by Davis and Bautista in the outfield. Nix, Escobar, Hill, and Juan Rivera. Third to first around the infield, Jose Molina. Day game after night game will be behind the plate to catch Carlos Villanueva.
Anxious to watch Thames play in the outfield here this afternoon. First pitch to Alexi Ramirez is a strike fastball. 2 through 5 in this lineup were shut down dramatically in last night's game. 0 for 16. Blue Jays pitching doing a great job at the heart of the order.
Yeah, the middle of the order has really been shut down. In the first 2 games in this series, 3, 4, 5 for Chicago are looking for their first hit.
Adam Dunn up into the 3rd spot in the order. In last night's game, he hit 7th. Ozzie Guillen's used 36 different lineups to date. Villanueva's ahead 0-2. Molina wanted that ball down and got it. He accentuated the target. He tapped his glove on the dirt. And he's smiling about that. Maybe not that low, Carlos.
Missed by about 6 or 7 feet.
Got to be careful what kind of targets you give Villanueva. A ball and 2 strikes. Breaking ball pulled foul into the seats.
Sox will be seeing a different type of pitcher tonight than they saw in last night's game. Villanueva will really try and pull that string and use that changeup. Last night it was all about grit your teeth and try and throw hard with Kyle Drabek. Today a little bit more poise, a little bit more understanding of how to pitch.
There's a little slider. Thames has a long run toward the line. He's not going to get there. The ball is a fair ball. Ramirez will go to second base with a stand-up double. It was a breaking ball. Ramirez was out in front of it, and it looked like Thames kind of hesitated before he picked up the baseball.
Playing very deep in left field and didn't pick it up quite well. He goes back, started back a little bit, and then realizes it's short. Comes in, plays it off the bounce, and with Ramirez's speed, he's going to make it easily in the second base.
So with 1 out, Ramirez is in scoring position for the number 3 hitter, Adam Dunn. Dunn is the DH again here this afternoon. It's the first pitch strike. Villanueva's done that all year long, both as a starter and a reliever.
He can do it with 3 pitches, which is impressive. Doesn't matter if it's his fastball or his breaking ball or his changeup. He can throw any one of them at a strike at any time.
Pulled to first base. Rivera is there. Tosses it to Villanueva. Dunn's retired. Ramirez moves to third on the putout. Been quite a series for Adam Dunn. He had 4 strikeouts in game 1, 4 walks in game 2. First time that has happened since 1968. So it's the cleanup batter, Paul Konerko. We mentioned Konerko's 0 for 8 so far in this series, and this is an important bat for Ozzie Guillen's lineup.
You see the 37 RBIs. He is the big RBI man for him. Came into this series 3rd in the American League in RBIs, but the Jays have done a good job of pitching to him, keeping him off base.
4 in a row first pitch strikes from Villanueva. This was a breaking ball that catches the outside corner. You see the struggles for Konerko even beyond these first 2 games of this series. Villanueva's got a little more fastball than the White Sox anticipated early on.
Well, I think he does such a good job of adding and subtracting to his pitches, meaning taking a little something off, putting a little something on, that his fastball seems a little bit faster than what really is. That was 91 miles an hour, and the swing that Konerko had looked like it was about 101. Surprised a little bit.
0-2, 2 outs. Molina slides to the inside. Another late swing, and Konerko stays alive. Jeff Cox, the third base coach, giving instructions to Ramirez. Alexei Ramirez in his 4th year with the White Sox. We're in the first inning. 2 outs. Changeup. It's away from Molina, but not far enough for Ramirez to advance.
That's one thing that we have noticed about these Blue Jay pitchers. They aren't afraid to throw changeups. A right-handed pitcher to a right-handed batter, vice versa, a lefty to a lefty. Just gives them something extra to think about.
A ball and 2 strikes. Just off the plate. 2-2. In his last start against the Yankees, Villanueva, his first start of the season, struck out the side in the first. That was Monday night. He struck out Jeter, Granderson, and Teixeira. Pretty good way to start his season as a starting pitcher. Down and away, full count.
This was the 5 innings. What he did, a couple of ground outs, more fly ball outs, a couple of hits, and he averaged 15 pitches per inning. I remember that first inning, he went right after him. He struck out Jeter with a changeup. He got Teixeira with a breaking ball. So he'll use every one of those pitches to get those strikeouts.
Full count. Changeup. Konerko takes the walk. Villanueva went with that 3-2 changeup, and Konerko laid off.
You know, not surprising. It looked like Konerko was sitting all over it. The way he swung at the fastballs from Villanueva, just fouling them off to the right side. It looked like he was just waiting for one of those off-speed pitches.
Had a good look at it and saw it was low. So now the catcher, A.J. Pierzynski. Pierzynski 0 for 4 in last night's game. This is his first time facing Carlos Villanueva. Again, Molina has that ball pop out of his glove. Jose Molina catching here this afternoon after JP Arencibia caught last night. And Arencibia was beaten up in that game last night. His catching film took the beating. Change up. Brzezinski's out in front.
Not even counting the many times that JP Arencibia blocked balls in the dirt, and he took them off his arm, he took them off his chest protector. This was the game last night. Paul Konerko fouls the ball right off of his thumb, bends it backwards. You can see the reaction from Arencibia. And this morning, they have it all taped up.
You can see he's sitting on the bench, and he dislocated that last joint on the left thumb. Villanueva with a good changeup, and Brzezinski's in a hole, 1-2. We're in the first inning. Ramirez doubled and went to third on the ground ball, and then with 2 outs, Paul Konerko walked. Breaking ball is lifted into foul ground over near the seats and out of play. White Sox have had trouble in these situations throughout this series with runners in scoring position. On Thursday night, they went 2 for 12. Last night, 1 for 8, and they've stranded 19 base runners in the series so far.
Yeah, both of these teams, the pitching has really dominated the first 2 games in this series.
As again, has said time and time again, somebody needs to come up with a big hit. Breaking ball, little flare, but Escobar is there, and again the White Sox will strand a couple in the first. Jose Bautista will bat third with 19 home runs, looking for number 20 against Edwin Jackson. A foggy day in downtown Toronto. Take a look at the Blue Jays lineup. Escobar, Patterson, Bautista, top 3 in the order. Juan Rivera has been swinging a hot bat of late. 9-game hit streak. Aaron Hill still looking for his first home run of the season. Rajai Davis had 3 hits in last night's game. Eric Thames makes his first start in left field here this afternoon. Molina and Jason Nix round out the lineup.
Edwin Jackson to the mound for the 11th time this season for the White Sox. Edwin Jackson's got a good arm. Love watching him pitch. His 6th start on the road already this year.
Yunel Escobar had a big RBI double in the 7th inning. He also had a single and scored in his first at bat in the first. Edwin Jackson just 27 years old, and he has bounced around. Started with the Dodgers organization, was traded from LA to Tampa Bay.
Last year pitched for Arizona and the White Sox, and went 10-12 with an ERA of about 4.5. He's got a good arm. Last year, career high 181 strikeouts in those 32 starts. The problem that he has had, the moniker that he has carried around, is his ability to throw strikes consistently. He's got the good arm.
And there's the leadoff walk. Part of the problem that Pat mentioned. When you look at Jackson and his resume, he's pitched for the Dodgers, the Rays, the Tigers, the D-backs, and now the White Sox, and he's just 27 years old.
Yeah, 4 teams in the last 4 years. He established career best when he pitched for the Tigers in 2009. Went 33 starts, 214 innings, and he won 14 games for the Tigers, and that got him traded.
Corey Patterson making the start as the DH here this afternoon. Looks at a first pitch fastball. Blue Jays have been running a lot. Last night they had some good trips around the bases and some bad ones. They had an aborted squeeze bunt. They had a double steal. And Rajay Davis was caught stealing when he was picked off first by Mark Burley. A little bit of everything on the bases.
Some worked, some didn't. That's what they're going to do. They have to put the pressure on when they aren't hitting the home runs like they were last year.
Ball on a strike to Patterson. Pops this one up into foul ground, and nobody's going to get close to that one. Last 7 games, a bit of a struggle for Corey Patterson, hitting just .207. Had a great game defensively in last night's game. Had several good defensive plays. It's a hard slider down and in.
We might see the Blue Jays try and do something against Edwin Jackson. The battery of he and Pierzynski, they have had trouble this year throwing out base runners. Jackson, they've tried 14 times to steal against him. They've been successful all but one time.
Base hit right through the legs of Edwin Jackson into center. Escobar moves up 90 feet, and that'll set the table for the home run leader in the big leagues, Jose Bautista.
You know, we have seen teams over the last week or so start to pitch around Bautista a little bit more. First 2 runners get on here, and now they can't pitch around him. And this is the type of pitcher that Bautista likes, a guy who will challenge you with a good hard fastball. And his slider is pretty hard too. The guys who have given him trouble over the last week or so have been those soft tossing guys.
There's a slider down and away. Not many pitchers have challenged him. The unusual thing was that the veteran Mark Burley challenged him last night, came right after him with fastballs.
Struck him out twice.
Nobody out. Jackson in an early jam. Breaking ball hammered to left field. Pierre back and gone. Jose Bautista, a 3-run home run, number 20.
You know, you could just feel that this was going to be a good matchup for Bautista. A hard thrower, good fastball, and a good hard breaking ball. And that's what this is, a hanger on the inner half. And Bautista hits number 20.
He is now the fastest to 20 home runs in Blue Jays franchise history. His 20th home run in 43 games. The previous mark was George Bell in 1987, who hit number 20 in his 53rd game. What a pace.
His 11th home run this month, in the month of May. Club record for home runs in the month of May, 12, held by that guy right there last season.
His 38th home run, his 39th home run in his first at bat. Rivera taps it off home plate foul.
You know, and if you think, well, can he hit 50 again? He is ahead of his pace of about a month. Last year did not hit number 20 until June, about a month from now.
June was a bad month for him. He had just 4 home runs in the month of June, which was the same total he had in the month of April a year ago. And he still hit 54. He's a much better hitter this year than he was last year. Hitting for a much higher average. Came into this game batting .342. Rivera's been swinging a hot bat, nearly 400 during his 9-game hit streak. Jackson has gone away from his fastball. A walk, a single, and a 3-run home run. Still nobody out here in the first inning. Broken bat up the middle. Vizquel, no chance. Rivera with a broken bat single extends his hit streak to 10 games.
He has also had production in those 9 games. You were talking about him hitting close to 400 over those 9 games. He's also had 4 doubles and 4 RBIs. No chance for Vizquel to throw out Rivera at first base.
Vizquel got to the ball, but by the time he got it, he was in behind second base, had no chance to throw Rivera out. So still nobody retired. 3 runs in already. Aaron Hill looks at a fastball. The White Sox are using a 6-man pitching rotation, and they're going to make an adjustment and go back to 5 probably on the 2nd of June. So basically everybody's kind of pitching for a spot in that 5-man rotation.
They've got some good arms, and they've got some choices. I wouldn't rule out a possible trade also. You know, you've got 6 guys, 6 starters. Somebody's not going to be happy going to that bullpen and pitching out of the bullpen.
Jake Peavy in the middle of your screen has just come back, and he has the only shutout the White Sox have thrown this year. Mark Burley's not going anywhere. No. I would be hard pressed to take Philip Humber out of the rotation.
That's the point I was getting to, because he has been, well, you can make an argument that he has pitched the best for the White Sox. He certainly showed that the other night pitching here. Good command.
2-1 to Hill. Fly ball to right. Lillibridge starting in right field this afternoon is there, and Hill's retired. First out of the inning. Rajai Davis with 3 hits in last night's game will step to the plate. Davis has faced Jackson in the past. He's 1 for 7, but this is a favorable matchup for Davis in my mind, because Jackson's the kind of guy that'll come at you. Even his breaking ball is hard. Yeah,
it's hard, and that's the same thing that you have with Davis that we talked about with Bautista. That looked like a hittable pitch. Rajai was talking after the game last night about laying off those tough pitches, especially from right-handers, down and away, showing a little bit more patience, and it's paid off for him.
His good streak stretches almost 3 weeks now. 17 games. He's hit nearly .370. Inside. Good first inning for the Blue Jays. Jose Bautista, home run number 20, a 3-run shot to left center. His first home run against Edwin Jackson. There's that slider that Davis chases. Probably out of the zone down the stairs. Rivera with a tremendous jump. Davis has to swing with 2 strikes. Rivera hustling back, and Pierzynski catches it. Rajai Davis almost collided with Pierzynski as he was headed back to the dugout.
What a jump by Rivera. He times it perfectly. 1001, 1002, and he goes. Edwin Jackson didn't even look at him. If that is earlier in the count, Davis could take that pitch, but he just couldn't afford to take that one. It was right there, and he just popped it up.
So now Eric Thames will bat for the first time as a left fielder. Thames off to a decent start with a .292 average. It's a changeup on the first pitch. Somewhere along the road, somebody has seen a scouting report on Eric Thames say, don't throw him any fastballs.
Yeah, it's amazing. I don't know if somebody played against him in the minor leagues and they are up on one of the teams that we have faced here recently and told him. But Eric has not been the...
It's this ball high to right field, but that'll hold up for Brett Lillibridge, who knocks it down, and Thames is retired. But the Blue Jays jump out early on Edwin Jackson. Bautista goes deep. Number 20 of the season is a 3-run shot to left field. He had 2 on, no place to pitch to Bautista. They had to go after him, and he cashes it in. 20 home runs. He leads the majors. He struck out the side in the first. Today it's 3 runs.
Change up to Jeter, curveball to Granderson, and another curveball. He struck out the side against New York. He would lead that game with a 6-1 lead. And when he left, he ended up with the win.
5 innings, 2 hits. He gave up 1 run, walked the batter, and struck out 5. Threw 75 pitches against New York. Today they hope to get 90 pitches out of Villanueva. Saw his record as a starter, 7-12, as he throws a first pitch strike to Alex Rios. Breaking ball, bounced fair, past the diving Nix at third. Rios around second. He is headed to second for a stand-up double to start the inning.
Long arms of Rios was able to reach that off-speed pitch and pull it to left field. The scouting report for Carlos Villanueva is brought to you by Home Hardware, homeowners helping homeowners. He is successful with the three pitches that he can throw over at any time. The curveball, the changeup, and the fastball. Has been successful with it because he's been mixing his pitches well. He's very calm and confident on the mound, very professional, and I think with the ability to throw all those pitches for strikes, you just can't sit on one of them.
He's been ahead of every White Sox hitter he's faced here this afternoon. Vizquel takes a strike. Omar Vizquel starting at second base in place of the injured Gordon Beckham. Beckham was hit in the face by a thrown ball from the outfield in yesterday's game.
How's he doing?
He's doing okay. They did x-rays, and he had obviously he was hit right in the eye socket. No fractures. The swelling has gone down. He had no stitches, but it is pretty red, and they say that he has no problems at all with his vision.
They said the swelling, it just popped up really fast yesterday, and he walked off the field with his hat covering his face. He was starting to swing the bat too.
Yeah, he sure was. Timing is awful for Beckham. He's starting to get it going a little bit with the bat. There's no time frame for his return, and he has still been left on the active roster for the time being. Villanueva wants to talk to Molina. He got a couple of different suggestions, and then called out his catcher and said, "Come on, let's talk about it." Ozzie Guillen's had to mix and match, not because of injuries so much, but because of inconsistent production from his hitters.
Moving guys who are not hot down in the lineup, trying to keep them in good spots just to keep their confidence up, hoping that that will trigger a good start.
All right, Villanueva knew exactly what he wanted to do to Vizquel. Threw him a slider down and in and gets a strikeout. First of the afternoon.
That's what the talking was all about right there. They wanted to go out and talk about what they wanted to do with 2 strikes. Not afraid to go inside with a runner at second, and no outs. Picks up the strikeout.
Brett Lillibridge starting in right field this afternoon. Carlos Quentin's been bothered by a sore knee, and Ozzie Guillen wants to give him a day off from this artificial surface. '29th career start for Carlos Villanueva. Signed as a non-drafted free agent by the Giants in 2002.
Talking about a small amount of starts. How about the look that Kyle Drabeck gave us this morning when you told him how many starts he had compared to Mark Burley, last night's starter?
Yeah, we were talking to Kyle and said, you know what, he's only made 330 more starts than you have. That ball gets away from Molina, and Rios will move up 90 feet. Looked like a breaking ball in the dirt that Molina just couldn't corral. Yeah, how about that conversation we had this morning with Drabeck? It was a good reminder just how young he is, huh?
Was that start number 14 for him? Well, he's about 325, 320 behind Mark Burley. I think Burley might know a few things about touch and feel in tough situations.
And the ball hammered to left field. Lillibridge has hit it out of the ballpark. Brett Lillibridge, his 5th home run of the season, has cut into that early Blue Jays lead. That was a line drive shot over the wall in left.
Looked like a high changeup from Villanueva, and he kept that one up. And with a runner at third base and less than 2 outs, as a hitter, you're just looking for anything up and over the plate. You're thinking about getting it to the outfield. Well, Lillibridge does one better. Hits the 3rd home run off of Villanueva, and the Sox are right back into this game.
Number 9 hitter, Brent Morel. Brent Morel is starting the first time in this series. He's 24 years old. He goes to right field. That's a base hit. Well, hitting just .231 to start the game, gets a base knock in his first at bat.
Wanted that ball away. Good plate coverage for Morel to be able to stay on that ball. I think the Sox hitters know that he'll throw his changeup a lot. They're really staying back on it. And for me, they're looking for it.
So you might have to counteract that with a few more fastballs, straighten them up, and try to keep them honest. So it's a 3-2 ball game. All 3 of these games have been close. It was 1-1 in the series opener on Friday going into the 9th. All the runs scored in last night's game were 1-run innings. Back and forth all night long. Blue Jays got a couple of big runs late in the game. One in the 7th, one in the 8th. Juan Pierre shows bunt and pulls the bat back. White Sox first time through the order scored 2 runs on 4 hits against Villanueva. Morel 1 for 3 in steals, but this is a great combination because Pierre puts the ball in play so well.
He is swinging a hot bat. He is seeing it. 1-0. We'll count on Pierre. Not a bad time to try and make something happen.
He bunts it to third. Nix thinks about second and gets Pierre at first. Nix was in looking for the bunt, and Pierre slapped it right to him. But Juan Pierre didn't bunt that ball exactly where he wanted to. That looked like he wanted to slap it past him.
Slap it past him and try and get the shortstop to try and make that play and get yourself an infield single. He had time, Nix, to make the play at second base. But he got the sure out over at first base, so it'll go down as a sacrifice.
Shortstop Alexei Ramirez doubled in his first at bat. Just inside the bag at third. Ball went all the way down the left field line. His 13th double of the season. The tying run is at second in scoring position. Big wave of that off-speed pitch. We talk about the struggles of the White Sox in general with runners in scoring position. It's been the same story for Ramirez. Just 3 for 18 when he's got a chance to drive in a run from the scoring position.
He's such an aggressive hitter. With runners in scoring position, pitchers start him off with breaking balls, and all of a sudden he's down in the hole. He will swing the bat as soon as he steps into that batter's box. He is not afraid to let it go.
If it's white and headed in his direction, it's in play. Ball and a strike. Blue Jays lead 3-2. Villanueva got the fastball inside, and that's the aspect we were talking about, trying to keep the Sox hitters honest.
Yeah, it looked like Molina was giving changeup to Villanueva, and then they crossed him up by throwing the fastball, and Ramirez, unknown hacker, takes it.
Big Adam Dunn is on deck. Villanueva ahead, 1-2. Fastball, there's a base hit to left field. Morel around third. Here comes the throw toward the plate. It's high over the cutoff man, and Ramirez will move into scoring position. Thames didn't have a shot at Morel coming home. Throw should have gone to second base.
Absolutely. Morel read the ball off the bat perfectly. He broke right away. As soon as the ball was hit by Ramirez, he broke. So really no chance for Thames to get the runner. Watch Morel at the top of the screen, reads it, and he's off. So no chance to get him at the plate. You want to keep the double play in order. At least hit the cutoff man. And that throw is not even close. Ramirez will move into scoring position now.
So the White Sox have answered back quickly. They have scored 3 in the top of the second. It's tied. Adam Dunn drills it down the right side, but that's just foul. Dunn looking for his first hit in the series. He is 0 for 5. Villanueva and Molina have had a couple of different discussions over pitch selection. Villanueva didn't like that last suggestion, shook it off. Now they're set. Back door with that breaking ball, missed away. Been a tough start to his season for Adam Dunn. Dunn hitting 185. He has 5 home runs and 22 RBI. Change up downstairs.
Trying different things with Dunn, just trying to get that bat head started. You see he hits where he holds the bat way down over his shoulder and then lifts it. Just trying to get him to get that bat started. A lot of times he's been beaten by the fastball.
Pretty good fastball there, and all he can do is foul it off. Villanueva with the go-ahead run at second base, trying to get out of this second inning. Boy, a good pitch gets Adam Dunn, but the White Sox tie it up with 3 in the second. So far, it's all about the right fielders and their home runs. Jose Bautista in the first, a 3-run shot, number 20. Brent Lillibridge starting in right. His 6th home run is a 2-run home run. The Sox would add a run. We are tied at 3. Drive will take place here at Rogers Center. The Rookie League is a summer-long baseball program that benefits over 700 kids in Toronto community housing neighborhoods. Bring down your baseball equipment and monetary donations. Today, Saturday, and Sunday when the Jays take on the White Sox. Gates 3, 5, 10, and 13 during the pregame. You can make your donations. For more information, call the Blue Jays at 416-341-1234 or log on to bluejays.com. Jose Molina looks at a breaking ball that evens the count at a ball on the strike. Molina could have had 3 hits in last night's game. He ended up 2 for 4. Reached on an error, very controversial there, charged to the shortstop Alexei Ramirez. He was way behind second base on the edge of the outfield when he made a throw that was wide of first. That's popped up into right field. Lillibridge comes on. Molina's retired.
I would have given him a hit. Scout report for the Chicago White Sox starter this afternoon. Edwin Jackson. He's got a big arm. He can rush that fastball up there at 94, 95, 96 miles an hour. More strikes needed from Jackson. A little bit better this year, and he has already been an author of a no-hitter. That was last year, just about a year ago, when he was a member of the Diamondbacks. He no-hit the Tampa Bay Rays.
June 25th, 2010. An unusual no-hitter. He walked 8 in that no-hitter. He struck out 6. He threw 149 pitches. And the most interesting thing was with those 8 walks, it was a 1-0 game. Jason Nix fights it off.
At any time, he walks a guy, boom, home run,
yeah,
game over. Those 149 pitches were the most in a no-hitter since 1988.
It was in interleague play. The 4th time there had been a no-hitter thrown in interleague play. Nix chases a high fastball. It's 0-2. Had to be a special feeling for Jackson throwing it against his former team, the Tampa Bay Rays. This is part of what we talked about, is the offensive production third has been non-existent. Goes too far and strikes out. Edwin Jackson has the first 2 out here. First strikeout of the afternoon.
Sharp slider right there from Jackson. You can tell from the side that Jason Nix goes a little bit too far.
Jackson, after facing 7 men in the first, has retired the first 2 here in the second.
Working quicker now since his team got him 3 runs in that last inning. The key for him is to throw consistent strikes.
96 with the fastball. He's got all the weapons. There's no question about it. He's athletic. Couple of weak points. He doesn't hold runners very well. The ball is bounced. Fair ball to third base. Long throw from Morel in time to get Escobar, and that'll end the inning. A very good bounce back inning. A 1-2-3 second. After 2, Carlos Villanueva is in a tie game at 3-0.
By your local independently owned home hardware or home hardware building center. Homeowners helping homeowners.
Roofs open at Rogers Center, and we move to the 3rd inning. It's a 3-3 ball game. Pacanerco walked with 2 outs in the first. Swings at the first pitch and hits it right to Jason Nix at 3rd. Now the Blue Jays, this is their 52nd game of the season, and when you look at the mound report through the first 51 games, kind of a mixed review for the Jays.
Yeah, the bullpen ERA is 2nd in the American League. The team ERA at 3.8 is pretty good. Puts them right about the middle of the pack in terms of ERA. Strikeouts per 9 innings are number 1. But the earned run average, that's the one that is baffling.
Well, there are 2 starters that are on the shelf right now. One's in the minor league, Brett Cecil. The other's on the disabled list. Jesse Litch was to see a doctor yesterday down in Florida. Bruce Walton has lost 2 of his starters. One for the lack of performance, the other with an injury. And those are 2 guys that you counted on for some significant wins.
I know they were counting on Brett Cecil to come out here and do what he did last year, win ball games, give them innings.
A.J. Przinsky to the backhand. Hill gets up and throws it out. Good play by the second baseman.
Snatched that one and took a hit away from A.J. Przinsky. The whole key when you're going to do this is you got to get a good jump. Hill gets a good jump there. Gets his feet set and throws a strike to make the out.
That was interesting how Hill was up in the air when he hit the ground. He was on the move. His timing was perfect as that ball was put into play just as he was back on the ground. Rios had a double his first time up. He scored on the Littlebridge 2-run homer. Swings and drives it deep, but well foul. Rios was quite complimentary when he was asked about his time in Toronto. He said, "Hey, it was my first organization. I got a chance to play in the big leagues with him. I was an all-star. What's bad about it?" 3 up, 3 down, 3rd inning. Villanueva gets 3 ground ball outs. Just 7 pitches. Bautista's already gone deep this afternoon. He'll bat second when we come back to Rogers Center. Fights from UFC 130 live from Las Vegas. It's the lead up to the pay-per-view video of UFC 130 on Sportsnet East, Ontario, West, and Pacific. UFC 130 prelims tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Corey Patterson singled and scored on Bautista's 3-run home run in the first inning. Off the end of the bat, there's a little squibber to third. Patterson can run and throw is offline. Second hit of the afternoon for Corey Patterson.
Everything has to be just about perfect when a ball like that is hit. Third baseman has to come in quickly. He's got to field it cleanly, and he's got to make a good throw.
First inning, Jose Bautista facing Edwin Jackson with 2 on, knew it immediately. Home run number 20. He now leads the majors by 4 home runs over number 2, Curtis Granderson.
That was the first home run this year given up by Edwin Jackson to a right-handed batter.
Pretty good cut at a breaking ball. Bautista has now hit 20 home runs in this his 44th game. That's a new franchise record for 20 home runs. George Bell in 1987 hit his 20th in his 53rd game. Driven to right, that'll get down in front of Lillibridge. Just when you think Bautista is going to slow down, he comes up with a big game.
Smart hitting that time. You could tell that he was looking for a breaking ball, and he had his mind made up that he was going to go to right field. He knew what Jackson was trying to do to him. He stayed right on that ball and shot it to right.
Some guys are good natural hitters. Other guys are smart hitters. They don't have the talent. Bautista has both. He's got the natural ability and the mindset to study and come up with a good game plan.
The smarts. He has the smarts when he's in that batter's box.
Rivera gets jammed and fights it off. Everybody has access to the information. Everybody can look at video and you can look at scouting reports, but to take it from the video room and put it into the batter's box, Bautista does it as well as anybody.
It's called taking it from the classroom out onto the field, and it happens in all sports. Bautista is really zeroed in on Patterson, the runner at second base.
There's a drive to center, but it's right at Alex Rios. Rivera continues to swing the bat well.
A couple of runners on for the Blue Jays, and they like to disrupt the defense in these situations here. Patterson has got the green light anytime he wants to steal third base.
And the Blue Jays runners in a situation like this, the runner at second will alert the runner at first when he's got the green light and he's thinking about running. There'll be a subtle little sign. Watch Bautista how he zeroes in on Patterson.
Just keeps his eye right on him. He'll get the sign from him when he thinks about trying to steal. He'll get some help from Torey Lovullo, the first base coach, but he will watch it. It almost backfired on the Blue Jays in yesterday's game when Molina took off and Davis, the runner at second, stopped.
Oh, 0-2. This is where Bautista has to be a little bit conservative now with an 0-2 count. He is way off the bag at first, and Konerko can sneak in behind him, especially on this pitch. They have a couple of free pitches here. There's a ball driven to the gap in left center. That's going to get past Juan Pierre. Here comes Patterson around third. He'll score. Bautista's being waved home. The ball is held by the cutoff man. A two-run double for Aaron Hill.
That has been the problem, I think, for Edwin Jackson. He's got the great arm, but 0-2, look where that pitch is. Up and out and over the plate. Not where he wanted to throw that one, and a good hitter is going to hit it and hit it hard. Hill does just that, splits the outfield. Patterson can walk in from second base. Bautista breaks it down about halfway to home.
11th double of the season for Aaron Hill. Good cut on a fastball. Evens the count at 1-1. Still just one out. Blue Jays scored 3 in the bottom of the first. They've added 2 more here in the bottom of the third. Fouled off the catcher.
Be careful with Aaron Hill at second base also. He has not been thrown out yet this year. Trying to steal. 7 for 7. He's gauging Jackson right now.
White Sox starters have been pretty good. When you look at how effective they have been, they are the reason that they have bounced back a little bit after a slow start. They're 4-3 with a good ERA, a 2.29 ERA in their last 11 games. Gavin Floyd has been very good. He lost a tough game to the Rangers his last time out, lost 2-1 to C.J. Wilson, and the Rangers had only 3 hits.
I think the experiment has worked. The 6-man rotation that the White Sox have used over the last few weeks, it has worked. But right now, I think they need to go back to the 5, and I think Ozzie Guillen knows that also.
Slider waved at and missed by Davis. Just the second strikeout of the afternoon for Edwin Jackson.
And I'll tell you why. They've got 4 off days coming up in the month of June, and you just can't have starters sitting around for 8 days in between starts. They'll get some rust on them.
At this point in the season, if you stay in a 6-man rotation, the starters will get 18 more starts. If you move to 5, the starters will get 22 more starts. And you certainly want them getting more starts. That should mean if you stay in a 6-man rotation, the starters in that 6-man rotation would pitch about 22 innings less. So I think it's time to go back to 5.
Yeah, and I think they know that also. It's just an embarrassment of riches right now, having that many starters. And the reason they did it, Jake Peavy was coming back from some injury, and they had some hot pitchers, and they wanted to guard against some injuries. But he's fine.
Ball and a strike to Thames. Breaking ball just fouled outside of first. Thames popped up to right field his first time up. '24-year-old Eric Thames making his first start in the outfield here this afternoon. Lays off that inside pitch.
Well, there's one thing we know is going to happen for Eric Thames. He's going to become a good breaking ball hitter. If he's not already, he's going to become a good one, because he has had lots of practice so far in his young major league career.
He's done a pretty good job of recognizing the breaking ball and laying off. Hit a couple of breaking balls for extra base hits. He hit a breaking ball off Brett Myers here to the opposite field for a double, then got Freddie Garcia in New York to the wall in right center on an off-speed pitch. 3-2 count, 2 outs. Backdoor breaking ball. Jackson strikes out 2 to end the 3rd inning, but the Blue Jays add 2 more. Aaron Hill with his 11th double of the season on an 0-2 pitch up in the zone. He drives it to the wall in left center. That scores 2. The Blue Jays are up 5-3. As Ricky Romero takes on the Chicago White Sox. Romero is 4-4 with a 2.91 ERA and 10 starts. Last time out against the Yankees, 7 strong innings. He left with the lead, but the Yankees would score 2 in the 8th and 2 in the 9th to win. Game will start at 12:30 p.m. That's the pregame show. That'll be with Jamie Campbell and Greg Saun. That's 9:30 a.m. Pacific time. Blue Jays on Sportsnet. Game 4 of this 4-game series with the Chicago White Sox. Seven, 8, 9 in the White Sox orders to start things off here. Omar Vizquel struck out on a slider his first time up. Again, Villanueva pounding the strike zone. Brett Lillibridge with a 2-run home run is on deck. Another breaking ball gets Vizquel. Molina's throw to first, and first out of the 4th.
It's Canada's best-selling car 13 years in a row. Honda, the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Brett Lillibridge, his 5th home run of the season. Came back in the 2nd inning. Cuts on the first pitch and fouls it back. Lillibridge is 27 years old. He first signed with the Pittsburgh Pirates, then went to the Atlanta Braves, and he came to Chicago in a trade that included Javier Vasquez and Boone Logan going from the White Sox to the Braves. 0-2.
Lillibridge hit a memorable home run for the White Sox also. Back on April the 11th, he connected against Dallas Braden for the 10,000th home run in White Sox history. How about that?
Quite an honor.
Not really known as a home run hitter, but you mentioned it. 5 home runs, 9 RBIs this year.
And there's the strikeout. Villanueva not wasting any time. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the 4th.
Change up last time for a home run. This time he crosses him up. Breaking ball about belt high. And Lillibridge, that's the kind where you just hope the umpire missed it, because he knew, I think, that that ball was a strike.
Brent Morel singled and scored in the 2nd. This is the first game we have seen Morel in this series.
You know, we were talking about Ramirez as a guy who goes up there swinging at whatever he sees. He has now had 105 at bats. He has yet to walk this year, Brent Morel. So he is taking that White Sox approach to hitting. Let it go. Get in there and swing it.
Cues this one off the end of the bat. Rivera will have good inning for Carlos Villanueva. He handles the bottom order. 1, 2, 3, middle of the 4th. Blue Jays are up by 2. inning as he has fallen behind early. And this is Thursday, or the start of the game. See Mark Burley, top of the steps, Gavin Floyd, pitchers all hollering to the outfield. And they're reminding Edwin Jackson, say, hey, you got the wrong top on. So many of these ball clubs now have alternate jerseys, and sure enough, he had the gray top on when everybody else had the black top on. And you can't really blame Jackson. He's had 5 different uniforms in the big leagues. How's he to know?
That tape was caught on camera and played back over the news back in Chicago, and Jackson was saying his text has been on fire. All of his friends texting him saying, I saw you brought the wrong jersey out.
Jose Molina rips it into center. Stay hot. Molina with 2 hits in last night's game as the DH.
You know, it's so hard as a part-time player to sit around for 3 or 4 days, and then you're in the lineup. They say, go out there and get a couple of hits. Molina does it better than anybody. His ability to stay focused, and I think a lot of it has to do with his type of swing. It's not very complicated. Just stay right in the middle of the diamond.
That was always my problem. I didn't play enough to hit. I had to sit around, but Molina can sit around and get hits. Jason Nix is looking to break out of his slump. He has had a struggle since he's returned from the disabled list. Bounces it to third. Morrell waits on the big bounce, goes to second for the force, and that's all they'll get. Escobar walked and scored in the first. He's been swinging a hot bat.
Yeah, he really has been. A breaking ball from Umber the other day, and he hits it out of the ballpark. How about this handcuff from the fastball thrown by Brandon Morrow? And he's does well, I think, as a hitter when he starts using the whole field. He doesn't close off one side of the diamond. That was a big hit in last night's game, an RBI double.
That came in the 7th inning and gave the Blue Jays a 3-2 lead. Stay tuned. Coming up, a connected update with Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn from the Blackberry Broadcast Studio. Knicks with a big lead. We'd mentioned how deliberate Edwin Jackson is. The release time up around 1.5 seconds. That's very deliberate and very slow. Good opportunity for the Jays to run against him.
Not a bad time here. Put something on. Keep the pedal to the metal offensively.
This could be 2. Ramirez to Vizquel, back to first in plenty of time. The Blue Jays are retired. Good double play. Just 6 pitches required by Edwin Jackson. Now it's time for a connected update with Jamie and Greg from the Blackberry Broadcast Studio. set for the 5th inning. Carlos Villanueva starting for the 2nd time this season. Blue Jays have had 2 starters knocked out of the rotation. Brett Cecil is back in the minor leagues. His record is pretty good. He's 5-1 in the minors, but still hasn't seen that velocity improve. And Jesse Litch, he visited the doctor yesterday down in Clearwater, and they're hopeful of getting a positive report from Litch, but his shoulder has been barking at him for a while.
You know, whatever you do in the wintertime as you put your roster together, your organization, you go to spring training with these plans, and baseball changes all the time. I think nowadays you have to have 8, maybe even 9 starters ready to pitch at the major leagues to get through 162 games.
Last year, the average major league team used 20 pitchers. That was the average. So with attrition and lack of performance and injuries, you're going to have to go into your minor league system. Juan Pierre pops it back out of play.
Most teams carry 12 pitchers.
Blue Jays have had 13 just about all year long.
The problems with those starters, like you were just talking about, too, and then the inconsistencies at times with the starters where they'd only go 3 or 4 innings really eats up the bullpen innings.
What's so remarkable about Tampa Bay in 2008, they had 5 guys make over 153 starts. That's good fortune. Not only do you scout physically strong guys, but you have to have some luck as well.
You think it's luck?
I think a little bit is. I mean, you could have a line drive off a guy's shin.
Okay.
I mean, some of that's luck.
Yeah.
But as far as the physique and the physical stature of those pitchers, I mean, you draft pitchers for the long haul. And Tampa Bay's done a great job of that.
Yeah, and every one of those starters, they have great mechanics.
Juan Pierre hits it right through Aaron Hill into right. Juan Pierre is swinging a hot bat right now, but that was right at the second baseman.
Made a nice play a couple of innings ago. That time it looked like it went right through his legs. Overspin by, topspin by Juan Pierre. Gets that one on and starts the 5th inning on base. Error by Hill.
Second error of the season for Aaron Hill. Alexei Ramirez, the shortstop, is 2 for 2 this afternoon.
Finishing that point about Tampa Bay, they're big and they're strong, but they have great mechanics.
Yep.
You know, you don't see a lot of arms and elbows flying. They have great mechanics, and they all use their changeup.
And another thing is they're very pitch efficient. They don't throw a lot of pitches. Keeps the wear and tear down. And they all throw 4 pitches. Jim Hickey, the pitching coach of Tampa Bay, insists that they all learn how to throw a changeup. They all throw curveballs. Now, they don't throw them all the time. David Price the other day threw 25 straight fastballs to the Yankees. Pierre working for a big lead at first. There he goes. Hit on the ground. Nix has it. He has to go to first. Ramirez is retired. With 1 out, let's check in with Jamie Campbell for an update. How about Kevin Correa? He's 6-1 in road games. He's the first Pirate pitcher with at least 6 road wins before June since 1929. Wow. That's quite a turnaround.
That's the same Kevin Correa who used to pitch for the Giants.
Yeah, that's the same guy, and that's what everybody's saying. Kevin Correa?
Yeah.
But the last guy to do that was Burley Grimes, the Hall of Famer. 1929. Pirates are doing pretty well under Brenner.
Strikeouts per season since 2004. Adam Dunn. You want the home runs, you'll get the home runs for Dunn, but you have to sacrifice some strikeouts in between.
Well, we had mentioned that Dunn had 4 walks and 4 strikeouts in back-to-back games. He had 4 strikeouts in the opener. That's the first time since 1968 that a major league player had 4 strikeouts and then 4 walks in back-to-back games. The last player to do that was Dick Allen. In '68, he was Richie Allen.
Richie Allen, yeah, when he was with the Phillies.
But it was against the Mets, and you were right on the money when you guessed. Well, I bet you it was Tom Seaver that struck him out, and Nolan Ryan that walked him. And sure enough, Seaver struck him out 4 times by the 7th inning. There's a base hit into center. Pierre is around third. Here comes the throw from Davis. It will be cut off, and Dunn has his first hit of the series, an RBI single to center.
That could have been dangerous as that ball was shot right back through the middle against Villanueva. Chuck and duck. Throws it. Liner right back, and he has to duck out of the way on that RBI single.
Yeah, and you know that as a pitcher, when you throw something down and away to a big guy like Dunn, if he does hit it, chances are it's coming right back at you.
Steve Stone was telling me a story the other day. He threw a pitch like that down and away outside the strike zone to Billy Williams, and he said, this one's coming right back at me. And he pulled it for a home run. I mean, that's how quick Billy Williams was.
Dunn at first. Konerko goes after the first pitch. And to get back to that Dunn game in the 4 strikeouts and 4 walks context. That first game when Seaver struck out 8, the Phillies won 7-2. The losing pitcher in that game was the Blue Jays Dr. Ron Taylor. He walked 2 batters in the 11th. They'd come around to score, and the Phillies would win in extra innings. Oh, wouldn't you?
And Ryan was the one who was charged with the 4 walks the next day.
The next day, Nolan Ryan walked Richie Allen 4 times by the 8th inning. And Ryan, as he was early in his career, was wild. He had 7 walks, but 10 strikeouts in 7 innings. And he beat the Phillies 3-0.
You didn't happen to see the pitch count on that one, huh?
There was no pitch count.
There was no pitch count. Exactly. That's my point.
I wouldn't you? Defensive swing, and Konerko stays alive. No, back then in '68, when Nolan went to the mound, he just kind of let him go until he ran out of gas, and that didn't happen very often.
Nope. Well, they had those high mounds back then, right?
Yeah.
That was the last year that the mound was at 15 inches.
1968 was truly the year of the pitcher. That's when Bob Gibson had 13 shutouts and a 1.12 ERA. 0-2. Poked into right field. That'll get down into the corner. Bautista chasing it all the way into the wall. Adam Dunn will be stopped at third base as Bautista gets to it and gets it back quickly.
Paul Konerko is such a smart hitter. You could just tell that he again was just waiting on some kind of off-speed pitch, and he was going to go the other way. Fouled off a breaking ball last time. This time a half swing, head down, and he just shoots it right into that corner. Extra bases, 6th double of the season for Konerko, and the White Sox are back in business.
We had mentioned how the heart of the order had been shut down very effectively in this series. Coming into this game, 3, 4, and 5 hitters were 0 for 23. Dunn connects, and now Konerko right behind him, and the Sox are in business. And there's a base hit that should score 2. Here comes Dunn, and right behind him Konerko. Pierzynski around first. He's headed for second, and the White Sox have taken the lead. Third time through the order for Chicago, and they have jumped on Villanueva.
They have figured something out against Carlos. Not an overly aggressive swing by Pierzynski. He just met the ball out in front of home plate, and he will be. Gets a couple of RBIs. Sean Camp is now up in the bullpen for the Blue Jays.
Camp pitched a third of an inning in last night's game. He came on in relief of Casey Jansen and got out of the 8th inning. So Villanueva has given up the lead here, and that was a big error to start the inning. Juan Pierre hit a hot shot right at the second baseman. Aaron Hill had to go through his legs for an error.
He set up the whole inning. Ramirez grounded out. So now you're talking Adam Dunn at the plate. 2 outs, nobody on. Instead, everything has fallen through right now.
Alex Rios takes the first pitch strike. Second error of the season for Hill. Brzezinski at second. Rios pops it up. Should be playable for Rivera. He's got sunglasses on, and foul ground makes the catch. Homer Vizquel with 2 outs. He has struck out twice this afternoon. Average slipped under 300. Boy, that slider has been tough on Vizquel. He hasn't been able to lay off.
Yeah, hasn't been able to pick it up either. He's been an amazing player for the White Sox. He has played this whole series in the field. And again, he's 44 years older, the second oldest player to play a game for the White Sox in their history.
Minnie Minoso.
Carlton Fisk. Carlton Fisk started a game for him at 45 years old as a catcher.
Now Vizquel and Ozzie Guillen said he'd like to keep Vizquel to back-to-back games in the field, but he's had to play 3 in a row here. The injury to Gordon Beckham has forced Guillen's hand. Beckham's not available. He was hit in the eye on a bad hop throw from the outfield.
23rd big league season for Omar Vizquel.
And there's Gordon Beckham. Got a little bit of a puffed up eye and a shiner. And I'm sure he is very pleased that that's the extent of it. Little looper into center. Davis is in and Escobar's out. Escobar makes the catch. But the White Sox have scored 3 for a second time. Jose Bautista is off to a good start. He'll bat second. He's homered and singled and scored 2. With nobody out and 2 on, he had a 3-run home run. That's number 20. And then in his next time up, he takes a pitch away and shoots it into right field of Edwin Jackson. He's 2 for 2, scored 2 runs, driven in 3. He didn't hit his 20th home run last year until June 22nd. And you can see he is 4 ahead of Curtis Granderson in the American League. The National League leader has 14. So Bautista is far and away the home run leader in the big leagues.
And he goes a couple of games without hitting a home run, and we all say, what's wrong with Jose?
Yeah, geez, he doesn't look real sharp, man. He's only hitting .351 with 20 homers and 35 RBI. Corey Patterson's had a good day. That helps Bautista, certainly. When Bautista stepped to the plate in his first at bat, there were 2 on. Second time up, Patterson was at first. Two balls and a strike. Is there a better spot to be hitting in the lineup than second ahead of Jose Bautista?
I say no. Unless you want to hit fourth, then you have a lot of RBI opportunities. But second, you got a guy ahead of you with a good on-base percentage, and you've got a guy behind you with the 20 home runs. They're going to challenge you. They're going to throw you a fastball.
Bouncing ball up the middle, through there, and Patterson's 3 for 3. So with a man on, Jose Bautista will bat for a third time.
So what does he mean to this team in wins and losses? When they win, look at the numbers put up. A 4.08 average, 15 and 23. 15 home runs, 23 RBIs in the wins. The losses, not as much. On base plus slugging just off the charts at 1.6 when the Blue Jays win.
Breaking ball down and away. .351, 20 and 35.
That last at bat that he had, where you could tell that he was looking for something away, and he shoots the ball to right field. That's why he's hitting .351. Just a good idea at that plate.
Had a pretty good pitch to hit, and breaking ball for a strike that was up in the zone. American League leader in RBI is Adrian Gonzalez of the Red Sox. He has 44 ribbies. He changed his approach. That time he was looking breaking ball and just fouled it back. They mentioned how smart he is, and a lot of guys can look for pitches, but they don't have the discipline not to swing when they don't get it.
You have to recognize it. There are the home runs this year, 2 of them to right field, both in Minnesota.
Bautista strikes out.
But you're right. The discipline to stay off it, recognize it, and then not swing. Jackson actually misses his spot. He wanted that ball down and away, and it's right there, and Jose just missed it.
That's a tough pitch to hit. That's what you call a backup slider. It's supposed to break down and away, and it comes inside because Jackson got underneath it. And if you knew when you were going to throw that, that'd be a heck of a pitch. 1 out, Juan Rivera. It's the best fastball we've seen from Jackson at 95. With that backup slider, everybody in the ballpark anticipates a breaking ball, and you're looking down and away, and that ball just spins and comes back inside, and that's why Bautista struck out.
Just messes up your timing a little bit. Swing right through it. Now he could throw that again next time, and Bautista could lose it.
Bouncing ball to short. Ramirez goes to second for 1. Back to first. Double play. For good defense behind Edwin Jackson. Ramirez went in the hole, made a quick throw to Vizquel, who's very quick around the bag. We've played 5 innings at Rogers Center. The White Sox have a 1-run lead. 3 runs in the 5th knocked him out. He goes 5 innings and is charged with 5 earned runs.
5 earnings, 8 hits, a walk, and 4 strikeouts among his 82 pitches. So Villanueva's second start isn't as sharp as his first. Works 5 innings again this afternoon. He'll give way now to Sean Camp, who will come in. We saw Sean in yesterday's game.
Worked a third of an inning, and Camp closed out the 8th inning. Got a fielder's choice off the bat of Omar Vizquel. It'll be 8-9-1 for the White Sox. Littlebridge bunts it foul. He caught Jason Nix back a bit at third and thought it'd be a good opportunity to start things off.
Picked on the right pitch too. First pitch fastball that was in a little bit. Just couldn't keep it fair.
Big sweeping slider. It's 0-2.
Camp is part of that bullpen that has the second best earned run average in the American League. Camp's ERA is under 2 himself.
That hit him. Boy, that's costly. You have a batter down 0-2 and you hit him to start the inning.
Hitting eighth also, just trying to push him back off the plate. Set up that slider once again, and it just runs right in and just nicks Brent Littlebridge.
Brent Morrell, the third baseman in the 9th spot in the lineup, has singled and grounded out. Littlebridge can run a little bit. He's got 4 steals. We mentioned Morrell doesn't walk at all. I mean, at all. 0 walks. He's now had 106 at bats. I mean, you say somebody doesn't walk much, and you go, well, they don't walk much. No, Morrell doesn't walk. 0.
Reminds me of that old line, the only guy who walks more is the mailman. Yeah, he is up there hacking and slashing.
First pitch strike. White Sox lead at 6-5. They scored 3 in the 2nd and 3 in the 5th. That 2nd inning erased a 3-run home run by Jose Bautista in his first at bat. Big lead at first. There goes Littlebridge. Hit and run is on. Escobar doesn't have time to go to second. So they move the runner into scoring position by starting Littlebridge at first base. 1 out here in the 6th. Let's check in with Jamie Kemp. Pittsburgh trying to get to 500 with a win today. They'll be 2 under 500, but don't look now. They're only 6.5 back in the Central. St. Louis, and everybody discounted St. Louis after Adam Wainwright got hurt. They're not going to do anything. They're 3.5 up on the Brewers.
Pujols hasn't started hitting yet. Holiday has missed some time on the DL. We'll get a look at the Cardinals here coming soon, about 3 weeks.
Blue Jays will see Cincinnati, Atlanta, and St. Louis on that road swing through interleague play. One 1-0 count to Juan Pierre. Left-handers have been trouble for Sean Camp. They have hit .326 against him this season. The righty is just $167 before this game. Littlebridge at second. 1 out. Bouncing ball. Kemp's a good fielder and goes to the bag. Littlebridge has to stay put.
Well, with the left-handers, like you were talking about, the numbers with Sean Kemp. Mark Zepchinski is up. I'm sure he is for Adam Dunn. John Farrell doesn't want this game to get out of hand.
He's got plenty of arms down in the bullpen, and certainly the matchup now with Dunn. Dunn's still looking for his first hit of the season against the left-handed pitcher, and that's why Zepchinski is standing by ready. But first, Alexei Ramirez takes a pitch down and away. White Sox lead it by a run, top of the 6th. Teams have split the first 2 games of the series. Chicago won 3-1 on Thursday. Blue Jays bounced back with a 4-2 win last night. Ramirez getting a gauge on Sean Kemp. A ball and a strike. I bet she doesn't take any more.
No, I don't know what he was doing there. 1-0. Maybe he thought he was going to throw him another breaking ball, and he said in his mind that he was going to take, and that was right down the middle.
It's when you'd like to have a do-over.
Yeah. Throw him a slider now. There you go.
Takes it again. 2 balls and a strike, 2 outs. Sean Kemp is well aware of the situation. He knows Dunn's on deck. Zepchinski's ready, so you can bet he's not going to give Ramirez much to hit here. Adam Dunn is 0 for 33 against left-handed pitching. And slider, if he wants to chase, go ahead. Ramirez knows what the deal is as well. And Molina and Ramirez are talking to one another. You're not going to give me anything to hit. Three and 1. He got a pitch to hit and hit it hard. Right at the third baseman. The ball's in the dirt. Look at Rivera. Boy, he saved Jason Nix right there. Took the backhand short hop and ended the inning. Jason Nix got a hot shot right at him, and look at Rivera like he's done this his whole life. White Sox are retired in the 6th. Mike Blank from the White Sox organization. He's from Granby, Quebec. Drafted 14th in 2010 by the White Sox out of the University of Tampa. He's playing an A-ball right now. He's the everyday catcher. Big kid. He's 6'4", weighs 220. He's a right-handed hitting catcher. Doing a good job hitting against left-handed pitching right now in A ball. He's hitting .314.
University of Tampa is a pretty good factory of professional baseball players.
University of Tampa is right downtown in Tampa, and it's a very good private school. It's got a great standard for academics. Tino Martinez, Lou Piniella, Ozzie Timmons, Mike Rubello, the catcher from the Tigers, also went there, and a pitcher from the Yankees, Sam Militello, was there in the late 80s, early 90s. We're seeing more and more young Canadian baseball players go south, play collegiately, and get a start there. Adam Lone actually went to Chipola Junior College in Florida, where Bautista played. Chance to develop their baseball skills even further.
And there's more and more young players from Canada in other organizations. And I think of that as the draft is right around the corner. We're seeing a lot more drafted, a lot more make it to the big leagues.
Blue Jays have any young Canadian players that are coming up in the minors? Maybe Brett Laurie?
Who?
That Brett Laurie kid. Remember we saw him way back in spring training? He was pretty good.
Oh, yeah. He's pretty good.
Broken back grounder to third. Morrell has it. Hill's retired. It's the first out of the sixth. Talk about Adam Lone and Brett Lowry down in the minors, and take a look at the farm system, how they're doing, and they're all starting to win, and that's important. You look at every club's record, they're all over 500.
Yeah, winning, I think you have to establish a winning attitude in the minor leagues. Now, you're not going to establish that winning attitude and take away from developing players. You need to develop players. That's your number one goal. But I think if you have that attitude, and then those players start coming up to the big leagues and they already know how to win, it's just going to make your organization that much better.
Once you get the taste of winning, I don't care where it is. I mean, you look at Jason Varitek for the Red Sox. He won in Little League. He went to the Little League World Series. And once you get a sense for winning and celebrating championships as a teammate, then that's the only thing you want. The individual accomplishments are very hollow. Edwin Jackson has settled down nicely. 2 quick outs here in the sixth.
Using a tight slider against Rajay Davis to finish him off the outside corner. 2 up and 2 down here in the sixth inning. I couldn't agree with you more about setting a winning attitude in the minor leagues with those players.
Eric Thames looks at a first pitch inside.
Then they come up to the big leagues and you're expected to win.
Well, you've played on good teams. You've played on championship teams right here in Toronto. When that happens, teammates get on one another. There's a good fastball. That's the best fastball of the day from Jackson at 97. Ozzie Guillen has developed a winning attitude with the White Sox. They won in 2005, and once you get that taste of winning, you don't settle for anything less.
Yeah, you don't worry about individual numbers, stats. You give yourself up, you sacrifice a little bit more. It's all about the W's. Playing in October.
Another good fastball. Jackson has saved his best for the middle innings. Comes right back at 97 and blows away Eric Thames. A 1-2-3 sixth inning. Jackson has gotten double plays in each of the last 2 innings, and then 2 strikeouts here in the sixth. When we come back, Mark Zepchinski will face Adam Dunn as the Blue Jays trail by a run. 4 and 5. Dunn had an RBI single. Konerko had a double down the right field line, and AJ Pierzynski cashed them both in with a 2-run double to the right field corner.
That's the meat of the order for the White Sox. It hadn't done much so far the first 2 games in this series. You can see 3, 4, 5, 0 for 24 with 5 strikeouts, but today they've gone back to producing runs.
And it was their last trip through the order, and it'll be again 3, 4, and 5. Dunn, Konerko, and Pierzynski. Mark Zebczynski with a first pitch strike. Zebczynski is tough on left-handed batters. And Dunn has had nothing but problems against lefties. Dunn still looking for his first hit against a left-handed pitcher this year.
There are the numbers for Zebczynski. And that's what makes him so tough, that ability to throw sliders anytime, and it's a hard slider. Mark was on the mound a couple of nights ago and was charged for the loss against these White Sox, an inning, a couple of hits, and 3 strikeouts, including Adam Dunn.
1 and 2. Puts it in play, but it's right to Nix, who had moved over in the shift. First out of the 7th. Dunn is now 0 for 34 against lefty pitching. Fans are reminded the 2011 MLB All-Star Game is July 12th in Phoenix, Arizona. You can vote for your favorite Blue Jays players: Jose Bautista, Yunel Escobar, and Adam Lind. Cast your vote at BlueJays.com. Fans are reminded you can vote a maximum of 25 times per email address. Vote early, vote often. Send your Blue Jays to the All-Star Game. First pitch changeup is away from Paul Konerko. Boy, he had a good at bat in his last at bat against Carlos Villanueva. With 2 strikes, got a pitch down and away and just stroked it into right.
He had an idea. That's what they say. He had an idea when he went to the plate, what he wanted to do against Villanueva. Stay on that pitch as long as possible. Kept his head down.
Got the count in his favor, 3-0. Paul Konerko is a real baseball junkie. He loves baseball trivia. And it's very, very rare that you can stump him with a trivia question. Get him around the batting cage and ask him about retired numbers or accomplishments, and he's pretty adept at answering all kinds of questions about baseball history.
We're just going to have to come up with one then for him.
A little challenge for your day tomorrow, Mr. Tabler.
We'll come up with one.
So Konerko's aboard with 1 out. AJ Pierzynski had the 2-run double his last time up. Pierzynski now has 15 ribbies for the season. One-run ball game. White Sox lead at 6-5 in a seesaw battle all afternoon. Pierzynski hitting 105 against left-handed pitching. Just 2 for 19. The breaking ball in there. Ball on the strike. Carlos Villanueva went 5 innings. He was charged with 6 runs, 5 earned runs. He allowed 8 hits. The ball bounced foul. Rivera tried to sell it to the umpires, but they wouldn't buy it.
This isn't the NFL. Do you keep your feet in bounds and catching it like against the sidelines? Tried to sell that one to David Rackley, first base umpire.
So Pierzynski's in a hole, the ball in 2 strikes. White Sox held to just 5 hits in last night's game. No swing on the appeal.
He's got that funky slider. Juan Pierre was talking about it the other day, trying to hit it.
Yeah, when Pierre faced Zebchinski on Thursday night, he actually got an infield hit, but he said it was like batting against a wiffle ball pitcher. Ball was spinning, floating away from him, hard to reach. Brzezinski pokes this one out of play. Pierre referenced playing strikeout with his brother with wiffle balls, saying, you know what, that's what I reminded myself when I faced Zebchinski. That ball was spinning so far away from me. And you'll remember in that at bat, he fouled the ball off that just barely eluded J. Pierre and Sebia, and Pierre stayed alive. He would work and get an RBI single in that at bat in the ninth. Ground ball. This could be two. Hill to second for one. Back to first. It is another play. A.J. Brzezinski hits into an inning-ending double play. Mark Zebchinski comes out of the bullpen to close out the top half of the seventh. Blue Jays have some work to do. It'll be 8-9-1 when we come back to Rogers Center. Saturday, that's 50% off. Kids tickets, great atmosphere. The next Junior J Saturday is Saturday, June 11th, when the Blue Jays take on the Red Sox. It'll be a 1:07 start. Kids 14 and under receive 50% off tickets to all Saturday home games. 200 outfield and 500 level seats only. Call the Blue Jays at 416-341-1234. Log on to BlueJays.com or stop by most Rogers Plus locations. Jose Molina cuts on the first pitch, broken back base hit. He is on fire.
Not wasting any time against Edwin Jackson. He's going to throw him a fastball first pitch. Breaks his bat, but muscles it in the center. Shatters his bat. All he's left is with that handle. He just throws it away and knows he's got his second hit of the afternoon.
Edwin Encarnacion will come on as a pinch hitter. He will bat for Jason Nix in the ninth spot in the order. Cuts on the first pitch. Encarnacion has been bothered by a bruised toe. He fouled a couple of pitches off his toe, and with that he's got an improvised guard on that top of his foot.
Bartolo Colon kept throwing fastballs in on him. Good sinking action. He fouled a couple of balls off his toe.
The breaking ball. He's in the hole 0-2. You've done that, I'm sure, in the past, and you get that big toe and the nail gets all full of blood.
Right.
Lots of pressure, but they've relieved the pressure, and he is able to pinch hit at least here. Swings and misses. He goes down on 3 pitches.
You relieve the pressure by drilling a hole in your nail of your toe, oozing out all that blood. Very painful. You don't want to swing the bat or foul a ball off the same area. It hurts. Encarnacion goes down. He'll probably play in the field. We'll see if he goes out there to play third base next inning.
So Encarnacion strikes out as the pinch hitter. Molina's still at first. Back to the top of the order. Escobar walked in the first, grounded out in the second, and hit into a double play in the fourth. It was after that slider. Boy, Jackson has been a different pitcher in the middle innings. Edwin Jackson gave up 2 runs on 3 hits in the third, and since then he has been a shutdown pitcher.
6 of his 7 strikeouts since that third inning. Throwing harder and throwing a tighter slider.
Left that ball right out over the plate. Jackson made a mistake on an 0-2 pitch to Aaron Hill. It cost him a 2-run double. That came in the third. Right-hander is Jesse Crane. The left-hander is Big Matt Thornton. It's a good bullpen.
They've got some good arms down there. I thought they had last year the hardest throwing arms in Major League Baseball. They had Bobby Jenks. They had Santos. J.J. Putz. They had Matt Thornton. A lot of big strikeouts coming out of that bullpen.
1-2. Escobar drives it into right. Lillibridge got all turned around, and he's able to hang with it and makes a catch. He stumbled, lost the ball for a minute, but boy, that was a determined effort by the right fielder. That could have been a lot of trouble.
Well, he doesn't get a good read off of the bat, and then stumbles, but somehow is able to stay with that ball, reach up and make a catch. Did you see the 2 catches he made in New York in the Yankees series? Circus catch. I mean, just beautiful catches. That time, misjudging the ball almost cost him, but he's got the presence of mind to stay right with it.
Now, as again has the baseball in his hand, he has removed Edwin Jackson from this game. Jackson goes 6 2/3. He leaves with a 1-run lead. The base runner at first is his responsibility. Left-hander Matt Thornton comes out of the pen. When we come back, he'll take on Corey Patterson with 2 outs here in the 7th. 2-run home run, and here he saved a run with a fine defensive play in right.
Or maybe two. Breaks in on the ball, then stumbles as he goes back, and then reaches up and just takes it away. That long glove in the outfield. Saves him that time. 1 run, maybe 2.
He hit his career-high 5th home run in the 2nd inning. Matt Thornton, the big left-hander, facing Corey Patterson. Patterson goes after the first pitch, had a good pitch to hit.
Now in his 7th year of the big leagues, Matt Thornton, 34 years old. They got him from the Seattle Mariners in exchange for outfielder Joe Borchert back in March of 2006. Since he's come to Chicago, he's been lights out.
This year, left-handed hitters are batting .250 against Thornton, which is a bit of a surprise.
Started the year as the closer for the White Sox, and that really didn't work out for him. A dominant 8th inning left-hander. Came out of the bullpen and just threw nothing but fastballs. Would mix in a breaking ball every now and then, but it was, here it is, try and hit it.
1-1. Just off the plate at 96. Boy, that's a good spot to throw the ball to left-handers, down and away. They really have to hang in there and go get the pitch. Jose Bautista has already homered this afternoon. This White Sox bullpen is a good matchup bullpen. Matt Thornton has stranded 2 of 7 inherited base runners. There goes Molina. Patterson hits it through the spot at second base. Molina will go to third. Boy, you talk about rolling the dice, creating an opportunity. John Farrell has done it all year long, and by starting the base runner, Molina opens up the hole at second. Patterson gets his 4th hit.
I don't know if they put the steal on. I'm wondering if Molina was thinking, hey, it's 3-2, I'm taking off. Surprised as anybody in the ballpark. Molina leaving on the 2-2 pitch, but it works out nicely for him. Vizquel covers, creates the whole opening on the right side, and it's going to get Thornton out of the game. It gets Corey Patterson his 4th hit of the afternoon, and it gets Bautista to the plate with 2 runners on.
And you can see Bautista doesn't waste any time to go check in with the hitting coach to get the scouting report on Jesse Crain, the right-hander Jesse Crain. He's all about power. Bautista knows him well when we come back. A great matchup. Bautista against Crain, 1-run game. Corey Patterson's at first. Jesse Crain working to Jose Bautista.
Not even going to try and throw him a strike. Breaking ball, breaking ball, breaking ball, 2-0. And now the Blue Jays figure he's going to throw another breaking ball, and they send the runner. Patterson takes off, steals second, and that opens up the wings to go ahead and put him on. I don't think you're going to see Corey Patterson try to steal in this situation.
On Thursday night, Crane got Rivera to ground out to short to end the inning. Patterson at first, Molina at third, Bautista all over that first pitch fastball. Runners at the corners and 2 outs.
And Bautista knows what Jesse Crane tried to do to him on Thursday. A lot of breaking balls, so he might be sitting on a breaking ball here.
Who switches first, Crane or Bautista?
I don't think Crane changes. I think he stays with his breaking ball.
Breaking ball upstairs, and ball in the strike. So you think Bautista's looking breaking ball in this at bat until he gets 2 strikes?
He might even look breaking ball even when he gets to 2 strikes. I mean, that's the type of hitter he is. He'll sit on certain pitches.
There's a breaking ball upstairs. Bautista has homered and singled. He's also struck out.
The other night when Corey Patterson stole, a single would score him. He doesn't have to steal now because a single will score the tying run. He's at third base. So no need to take off and create even a thought of taking the bat out of Jose Bautista's hand.
2-1. Breaking ball off the plate. If you throw it 2-1, you're going to throw it 3-1. He'll come back with another breaking ball. Rivera is on deck. Two outs. Another breaking ball, and he walked him. He just wouldn't give in to Bautista. And why would you? But that's the beauty of Jose Bautista's season. He doesn't chase. If it's not something he can put in play, he lays off. Ron Rivera singled on the infield, line to center, and hit into a double play.
You know, you walk him, you pay the price, and now the go-ahead run is in scoring position.
Rivera 1 for 5 against Crane, but that one hit was a home run. Comes right back with a breaking ball just on the outside corner. White Sox lead at 6-5. Bases are loaded for the Blue Jays and 2 down.
Rivera's done a nice job since moving into that number 4 hole if runners in scoring position. Here's another chance for him.
Crane is ahead 0-2. Molina at third. He singled to start the inning. Patterson's at second. Bautista's at first. 0-2. Checked his swing. Peeled down to first is denied. Good call. He checked it plenty of time. Every one of these games has been a nail biter. Back and forth all afternoon. Just upstairs. I don't know if he's trying to throw that breaking ball upstairs or not, but he's leaving it up.
Leaving it up, and he's leaving it out. I mean, not even coming close to throwing one on the inner half. And he's not even thinking about throwing a fastball.
Rivera had 2 doubles in last night's game. There's a fastball. Just fouled it back. Jose Molina with his second consecutive 2-hit game. Just 90 feet away from tying it up.
And this whole inning set up because he took off on a steal attempt. Just try to make something happen. Patterson rolled one through the right side. And
another foul back on the fastball.
They walk Bautista, and now Rivera's got a chance to put him ahead.
Well, at times John Farrell has been criticized for his aggressive style of play, but all you got to do is look at the lineup and say, you know what? You've got to start runners to create opportunities, and he had a tough left-hander facing Corey Patterson with 2 strikes, and he opened up a hole. Another 2-2 pitch. Rivera's hanging tough.
Staying away from him. Staying down and away with a breaking ball. Crane has been in this situation plenty of times. He was the main setup man for Minnesota Twins for so many years. Seven years in Minnesota.
2-2, 2 outs. The bases are loaded. Full count. Boy, Rivera's seeing the ball well. So the base runners will get a running start. We are in the 7th inning. 22,659 here at Rogers Center. Pivotal point of the ball game.
Brzezinski goes out to talk to Crane. Going to give him a verbal sign so nobody can steal anything at the bases. Just going to tell him what he wants. They go over it, or you won't see a sign put down.
There go the runners. Bounced foul. What an at bat. 9 pitches in the at bat, 6 foul balls. Rivera's hanging tough. We mentioned the big surge of late. Left field, Juan Pierre on the run. Juan Pierre on the track, can't make the play. That'll clear the bases. Juan Rivera, what an at bat. Knocks one off the left field fence to drive home 3.
If you're not going to pitch to Jose Bautista, the guy behind him's got to come up with big army eyes, and Rivera's been doing that for the last week or so. Another breaking ball, this time on the inner half, and Rivera drives it off the wall in left field. Pierre, no chance, and with Bautista taking off on a 3-2 pitch from first base, he scores easily 3 big runs for the Blue Jays.
What a good at bat. Pierre did everything he could, just couldn't come up with it. A 3-2, 2 out, 3-run double off the bat of Juan Rivera. A 10-pitch at bat clears the bases. Ball and a strike. Aaron Hill drives it to left field. Pierre comes in. He'll make the catch on the run. Hill hit it hard, but after left fielder, Juan Rivera. A beautiful 10-pitch at bat. He delivers a bases clearing, bases loaded, 2-out double. And the Blue Jays have scored 3 here in the 7th. They have taken a 2-run lead after 7 innings. chairs in the TD Comfort Zone are TD Comfort Zone contest winners, and they have been treated to a great game here this afternoon at Rogers Center, the TD Comfort Zone, courtesy of TD. Front and center for a great at bat. Defensively at third, Mike McCoy comes on. Edwin Encarnacion pinch hit for Jason Nix. And out of the bullpen, the right-hander, Octavio Dotel.
John Farrell has said the latter part of the ball games, the 8th and the 9th inning, he's got enough relievers that he's going to start looking at matchups and the types of pitchers that he has in that bullpen, how they match up against the hitters. Dotel, one of those, he's going to come in now with some right-handers coming up. He's got a wicked slider, and he's been awfully tough on right-handed batters this season. Righty's hitting just 167 against Octavio Dotel.
So it's the right-hander Rios leading things off here in the 8th. Vizquel's the switch hitter. He stands on deck. Ball on the strike. Rios has a double this afternoon. He's 1 for 3. Rios has huge numbers against Dotel. I mean, this is really a lot of success when you consider Dotel's a one-inning pitcher.
One-inning pitcher. Right now, that slider has been working for him against Rios. And there it is right there, and he lays off of it. He has been swinging at that this whole series.
Drives it to right. Bautista backs up. He gets there and makes an easy catch. First out of the
8th. It's Canada's best-selling car 13 years in a row. Honda, the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Dotel with his first out here in the 8th inning will face the veteran switch hitter Omar Vizquel. Vizquel has struck out twice and popped up.
Infield shortening up against Vizquel, thinking that he might try and drag one.
Boy, this is where you have to be very aggressive as a pitcher. Bottom of the order. Number 7 hitter with 1 out, and just don't get close to the middle of the order. Really manage the lineup. Try to have a quick inning here.
Preferably 1, 2, 3, and have the number 9 hitter leading off the 9th inning.
Chase to pitch off the plate outside of it. 1-2. Brett Delibridge has had a big afternoon. Hit a 2-run home run and saved a run with a fine defensive play in right. Vizquel lifts it into center. 2 outs. Last night's game, it was all about single-run half innings. This afternoon, it's all multiple-run half innings.
Lots of threes on that board.
Brett Delibridge goes after the first pitch and drills it to center. Rajai Davis back at the wall, off the wall. The ball bounces away from Davis. Delibridge is headed for third. He's going to get stopped at third by Jeff Cox. That ball just inches from going out of the ballpark. Lillibridge has driven the ball well here this afternoon.
He now has 15 hits this year, 7 extra base hits, 5 home runs, a double, and now this triple. Ball driven deep to center field, and Davis finds the wall. He gets back, reaches up, and is just a little bit too late getting there. Ball right in front of Lillibridge, and he was thinking about trying to come home. Didn't want to run into an out.
Number 9 hitter Brett Morel. The ball goes through Molina, and the run is going to come home and score. Went off the glove of Jose Molina, and Lillibridge sprinted home and has made it a 1-run game.
It's been a problem for Jose Molina at times this year. Ball just popping out of his glove or going off of his glove. He just doesn't square that one up. Look it into his glove. He'll be charged with a pass ball as Lillibridge scores the 7th run.
That's the 3rd pass ball in 2 games for the Blue Jays. Aaron Sevia charged with a couple last night. Molina allows Lillibridge to score from 3rd with 2 outs. Morel to right field. Bautista over into foul ground, and it's into the seats. The 2-out triple by Lillibridge, and then the pass ball has made it a 1-run game, and it has been back and forth all afternoon. Lillibridge has had quite an afternoon. 1-2 to Brett Morel. Morel starting for the first time in this series is 1-for-3. Dotel, his first inning of work, came on to start the 8th.
Outfield really shifting over now as Dotel keeps pumping fastballs. You see Jose Davis in center field. Doesn't think he's going to get around on a good fastball.
And Dotel stays hard, so with 2 strikes especially, you would think opposite field. Frank Francisco loosening up. There's a breaking ball. Dotel strikes out Morel to end the 8th inning, but the White Sox have scored a run. They have made it an 8-7 game. We'll go to the 9th. Bottom of the 8th with the Blue Jays up by a run. Only from Rogers.
Jose Molina picked up his 2nd stolen bases in 2 seasons, and he tries to get another one. Starts the runner with 2 strikes to Corey Patterson, and that opened up the right side of the infield. It really set up that whole inning. As the Blue Jays score 3 runs, Jose Molina takes off, Vizquel covers. Patterson is the benefactor of that with another hit.
Chris Sale, the young left-hander, comes out of the bullpen. He'll be the fourth White Sox pitcher to work, and it's been a struggle for Sale. 20 hits in 17 innings.
Really good last year. Just drafted a couple of years ago. Former #1 pick. Got to the big leagues very quickly. Had a great year last year, a month or so. But it has been a struggle this year. Says, I don't want to make excuses. This is his full season. He's just learning and trying to gain experience. Feels like he's throwing harder now than he was at the beginning of the season.
Just 22 years old. He was a first-round pick, the 13th player taken overall in last June's draft. Pitched just 11 games in the minors before his promotion to the big leagues. There's a little flare to the second baseman. Vizquel has it. Davis is retired. Fans, just a reminder, it'll be St. John and Mississauga facing off for the 2011 MasterCard Memorial Cup. It's a great wrap-up to Championship Week as Canada's junior hockey champion is crowned. Join us Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern on Sportsnet East, Ontario, West, and Pacific. The MasterCard Memorial Cup Final. Eric Thames makes the breaking ball for a strike.
Some of the numbers that Sale put up last year after being recalled. Got into 21 games for the White Sox last year, an ERA of 1.9. But the impressive number, 23 of the third innings pitched, 32 strikeouts. A lot of them just like that. He's got a good breaking ball, and he'll use it against the lefties.
You can see that crossfire delivery, very difficult for left-handed hitters to hang in against Sale on that big breaking ball. Makes quick work of Eric Thames, who strikes out for the third time this afternoon. 2 outs here in the 8th. Jose Molina, big day at the plate again this afternoon. You can bet he won't be pleased with that pass ball last inning that allowed the 7th White Sox run to come in. But he's had 2 more hits, scored a run. Swings at the first pitch. Molina hitting .328 now. 2 hits in the game last night as the designated hitter. Well, that's a good breaking ball. Way outside and breaks over the heart of the strike zone.
Can't give up on it. There was some talk in the offseason that Sale would possibly be their closer when they lost Bobby Jenks to the Red Sox. But again, just 22 years old.
Played at Florida Gulf Coast University, went 11-0 with a 2.01 ERA. 14 strikeouts and 114 walks and 146 strikeouts.
Yeesh.
In college. Molina hits it right to the shortstop. Ramirez has it, and Molina's retired. A 1-2-3 8th inning for Chris Sale. Top of the order for the White Sox in the 9th. It'll be Juan Pierre, Alexei Ramirez, and Adam Dunn. White Sox down by a series wrap-up. Rivera coming off a good start against the Yankees last time out. He'll try to improve upon his 4-4 record. He's got an impressive 2.91 ERA. It'll be the Blue Jays on Sportsnet. Game 4 of the series. Ricky Romero will go to the mound against John Danks. Pre-game show start at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 9:30 a.m. Pacific Time. Frank Francisco out of the bullpen, trying to wrap this thing up.
Here are the numbers for Francisco. The last time he was in the game, that was at New York, where he picked up his second blown save of the season and a loss. 2/3 of an inning, 3 hits, 2 earned runs. A walk-off win by the Yankees. 13 innings, 12 hits, 15 strikeouts for Francisco.
Juan Pierre has yet to get a hit to extend his hit streak. He has gone 0 for 4, riding a 12-game hit streak.
Taking all the way that first pitch. Want to make Francisco work.
Ball on the strike. Right down Broadway at 95. Got to keep this guy off the bases. Breaking ball bounced and Pierre lays off. Francisco is 5 for 7 in save opportunities. John Roush picked up his 6th save of the season last night. Line drive to center field. Rajay Davis is there. Pierre is retired.
It's Canada's best-selling car 13 years in a row. Honda, the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
One out. Shortstop Alexi Ramirez, 2 for 4 this afternoon. He is grounded out to third his last 2 times up. He had an odd at bat last time up where Sean Kemp, he took the first 3 pitches and then on a 3-1 pitch got a fastball and hit it sharp but right at the third baseman.
Blue Jays elected not to cover the line at third base. I mentioned he grounded out there the last 2 times.
Ball on the strike. Molina had that ball pop right out of the pocket of his glove. He was charged with a pass ball in the 8th inning. That allowed Brent Lillibridge to score from third base. Blue Jays with a 1-run lead, 1 out in the 9th. Long drive down the left field line, but that's going to be a foul ball into the seats.
Ramirez got some power. We've been talking about him for a couple of days now. Silver Slugger Award winner last year at shortstop. Maybe Sporting News All-Star team also. 18 home runs.
1 and 2. That's a fair ball just inside the bag. Ramirez is around first. He's headed to second. Bautista will get the ball back in, but it's a 1-out double for Ramirez, his 3rd hit of the afternoon.
And his 2nd double. He leads Major League Baseball in doubles for the month of May. This is number 13 for the month. Just keeps it inside the first base line. You got to play the percentages there. Late in the game, you usually have the corners on the lines to stay away from that type of hit, that extra base hit, getting the tying run to second base. But the Blue Jays play the percentages, and it backfires on them.
So now, after a brief meeting with Francisco, Jason Frazier starts to loosen up. The tying run is in scoring position at second base. The White Sox haven't made it easy. Adam Dunn has an RBI single. Good fastball up and away. It's the best fastball we've seen from Francisco in his last several outings.
Picked up the save at New York by having a strikeout to Curtis Granderson to finish that one off. It was the first game where the Blue Jays were in New York last trip. Stay there.
A little better fastball at 96.
Stay there, up and away with your best fastball.
No need to get tricky now.
No tricks.
0-2, 1 out. Went right back to the same spot. Looked like a pretty good pitch.
Fastball just off the plate. Dunn's got a great eye. You can chalk him down for 100 walks every season.
Francisco keeping his eye on Ramirez. Another good fastball at 96, and Dunn strikes out for a second time this afternoon.
Just reach back. Give me everything you got. Fastball on the outer half once again. 2 outs.
Francisco, from what we've seen so far this season, is always better when he's had a day of rest.
His 2 blown saves have come on back-to-back days, both of them.
Two outs, Paul Konerko. That hard split finger pitch missed inside. Ninth inning, 2 outs. Alexei Ramirez at second base. And ball in the dirt. Francisco has not pitched since Tuesday and was in New York. Konerko, a very smart hitter, has the count in his favor. He's gotten 2 splitters from Francisco. He's ahead in the count, 2-0. Pops this up into shallow right. Bautista with a long run. He's not going to get there. Ramirez comes around to score the tying run. Konerko delivers a pop fly base hit to right with 2 outs. We're tied at 8-all.
You couldn't take the ball and throw it out there any better than the way Konerko did right there. That's unfortunate. He beats him with a fastball, inside out swing, and it just lands in no man's land. No chance for Rivera, no chance for Hill, and no chance for Bautista as it drops down. The tying run scores. Frank Francisco is going to come out of this ball game now.
So Francisco will leave the game with 2 outs and the go-ahead run at second base. Jason Frazier comes out of the bullpen trying to close out the ninth. We're tied at 8. have scored a run. They have the go-ahead run at second base, and Frazier will try to get out of this inning.
53-1 walk to strikeout ratio for Frazier. He has pitched in different situations so far this year. Setup man, he's been an early man. He's also had in his career closing opportunities. They have a pinch runner. Dallas McPherson has come in to run for Paul Konerko at second base. And a dilemma now. Do you pitch to A.J. Pierzynski, take the bat out of his hands, and try your luck with Rios?
Yeah, Rios, a right-handed batter, and Pierzynski, a tough left-handed hitter. Base open. I'd be careful to Pierzynski in this situation.
A couple of well-placed balls. You wouldn't think about a right-handed hitter like Rivera slicing one down inside first base, and then Konerko getting beat by a fastball. So some unfortunate hits. Now you got to hold your neck, get this runner from scoring.
Ball and a strike to Pierzynski.
Try and win it in the bottom of the ninth.
You have to respect the power of Konerko. And last time up, he had hit a ball all the way down the right field corner with 2 strikes. So Bautista was deep. He didn't have much of a chance to make a play on the pop-up. A fastball on the corner. Pierzynski in a hole. A ball and 2 strikes. Frank Francisco has given up a run on a couple of doubles here in the 9th inning. One and two outs. Been a tough stretch for Francisco of late. In his last 9 appearances, he's pitched a total of 7 innings, given up 11 hits and 8 earned runs. And that has combined to lead to 3 blown saves. We're tied at 8-all. Pinch runner Dallas McPherson at second. Pierzynski pokes at it. Hits it to McCoy, who's come into the game, and Pierzynski's retired. But the White Sox come up with a run on a couple of doubles. Number 9 hitter McCoy will lead things off. Escobar, then Patterson. Bautista will need a man on if he's going to bat in the bottom of the 9th. It's 8-all. Defensively at first, bottom of the 9th inning of an 8-8 game. Mike McCoy will step to the plate for the first time. McCoy came on defensively, taking over for the pinch hitter Edwin Encarnacion. So it's 9-1-2 for the Blue Jays here in the 9th. Chris Sale in his 2nd inning of work had a 1-2-3 8th inning with a strikeout. John Farrell doesn't have many options now. McCoy and Encarnacion have been used off the bench. Mike McCoy hits it sharply, but right to the shortstop. First out of the ninth.
Yeah, J.P. Arencibia, the only player left on the Blue Jays side for an extra man. He is the backup catcher, and he's got the thumb problem. So what you see is what you get.
Back on April 5th, Yunel Escobar against the Oakland A's, and Grant Balfour goes opposite field to win it. One of two walk-off home runs the Blue Jays have hit this season. The other came off the bat of John McDonald against Tampa Bay.
Jays already this year have 4 walk-off wins.
It's the first time the Jays have seen Chris Sale. They were finished with the White Sox before he was promoted last season. Ball and a strike. There's a bullet hit into center field. Escobar is aboard. His first hit of the afternoon comes with 1 out in the ninth.
Not really a threat to steal over at first base. Is Escobar. Sale's ERA is over 6. That time he's got a fastball right down the middle.
Corey Patterson's had quite a day. 4 for 4. 4 singles. He's scored 3 runs. He's had a 5-hit game in his career. Waves at the breaking ball.
He's going to have to be patient with that break ball. He hasn't thrown it for a called strike. Sale, as Bautista waits on deck. So you have to be patient and disciplined to lay off of it. Make sure he throws it for a strike. Another one.
It goes from strike to ball. Looks like a strike, but it breaks out of the zone. Patterson in a hole, 0-2. 1 out, bottom of the ninth. Sale doesn't have much of a move. He was out here yesterday afternoon early working with Juan Nieves, the bullpen coach, and Don Cooper, the pitching coach, on that move. It's very deliberate. It kind of telegraphs it. 1 out. Bouncing ball that Krasinski smothered.
Just get part of your body in front of it to keep it in front of you. Krasinski does that. Don't allow that go-ahead run, that winning run, to get in the scoring position.
And there's that breaking ball, and Patterson's able to lay off. It's 2-2. The White Sox outfield is deep. They're in no doubles defense. They can't afford to have a ball go to the wall. Another courtesy toss to first. Patterson has raised his batting average 22 points this afternoon. 2-2 count. Strike 3 call. Sale started that breaking ball right at Patterson's hip, and it caught the inside corner.
Freezes him. He went away, but that time on the overhead, looked like that was a ball. Went around the plate. But the pitcher gets the benefit of the doubt.
So interesting situation now. We have seen pitchers pitch very carefully to Bautista in this situation. That first pitch breaking ball. 3-run homer that came in the first, his 20th. Here's where Bautista's got to just make up his mind that he's going to get a breaking ball from Sale. The good thing is that the breaking ball's coming into you.
Coming into it, and he can get the head out. It's got to be over the middle of the plate. Left-handed breaking balls, that goes on the inner half, you have a tendency to get the head out and pull it foul.
Out in front of that pitch and hit it right off the end of the bat. 1-2. Bautista has had 3 multi-home run games this season. Ball's in the dirt. Boy, Przinsky is doing some job of keeping Escobar at first.
Picture perfect. Just knock it down.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. There's a base hit down the left field line. Escobar around second. He's going to be stopped at third as Pierre digs it out. Pierre did a good job of being patient as he went into the left field corner and didn't panic.
You'll see young players panic, like you just say, and try to make something and go too quickly and then kick it around. All it takes is one little bobble and Escobar can score. The key here, he cuts it off before it gets to the wall. Escobar is thinking about scoring, but you can't get him thrown out. When he is held at third base, Bautista with an extra base hit. That's why you have your outfield deep right there. Cut the ball off before it hits the wall.
For another 3-hit day for Bautista. He's been on base 4 times. Juan Pierre saved the game by getting to the ball very quickly and keeping it from bouncing off the fence. Juan Rivera with the big hit his last time up. A 3-run double off of Jesse Craig. Sale is winding up. That's interesting with him winding up and bouncing that breaking ball. Escobar can get an extra lead down at third.
And I'm getting as far as I can at third base. Morel, the third baseman's got to play deep. Respecting Rivera's power. And Escobar does have a long lead off. I'd be anticipating something in the dirt right here.
You can see the walking lead from Escobar. He can take another full step or 2 when Sale goes into the windup. 2-0 to Rivera. And fastball. 2-1. Rivera had a 10-pitch at bat against Crane in the 7th and hit the double off the wall in left. Drove in 3 runs. That put the Blue Jays up 8-6. 3-1. If he throws that breaking ball again, you really got to think ball in the dirt if you're Escobar. 3-1. I don't expect him to throw him a fastball.
First base open.
He threw him a fastball. It's tapped to the third base foul line. Sale in time to get Rivera. So young Chris Sale does a good job. He gets a little tapper up the third baseline. He makes a good defensive play, and we're going to go to extra innings. It's tied at 8 here at Rogers Center. 4 of this series will take place tomorrow afternoon. We'll be right here on Rogers Sportsnet. Rivera will go up against 0-7 John Danks. John Danks, the left-hander, is really off to a tough start. Ricky Romero trying to improve upon his record. Romero will go into the game at 4-4. Action will start at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That'll be the pregame show with Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn. Extra innings. Alex Rios will lead off the 10th. First pitch breaking ball from Frazier for a strike.
Stay right there against Rios. You know, he's got one thing on his mind, to extend those long arms and try and hit the ball in the seat. I'll take my chances at home in extra innings for the Blue Jays. They're undefeated this year in extra innings.
There's a good fastball inside corner. He always got that last at bat. Extra innings, they are a perfect 4-0 here. They are 1-1 on the road. That reflects the strength of their bullpen as well.
Yeah, hold that opposition right there and give the offense a chance.
Good changeup gets Rios. That split finger changeup that's so effective for Frazier. First strikeout for Jason Frazier.
He'll use it against the righties and the lefties, especially with 2 strikes. Tantalizing. Looks like it's right there. You swing right over the top of it.
Omar Vizquel has been held hitless this afternoon. Brett Lillibridge has had a home run and a triple. He's driven in 2 and scored 2. Vizquel lifts it into center field. Easy play for Rajai Davis. 2 outs. Lillibridge has got a little more pop in the bat than you might expect. He's starting in right field in place of Carlos Quentin. And we know all about Quentin and his power. Quentin has 12 home runs, but Lillibridge hit his 5th home run here this afternoon. 2-run homer, triple, hit by a pitch, scored a couple of runs.
Coming into this season, Lillibridge has hit 3 home runs in his career. 3 major league home runs. It's almost doubled that in under 50 at bats this year.
He's now had 49 at bats, including being hit by a pitch here this afternoon. Lillibridge hits that ball off the end of the bat. Good inning for Jason Frazier in the 10th. The 1-2-3 10th inning. Just 7 pitches for Frazier. Aaron Hill will lead things off. Back in the 3rd, he had a 2-run double against Edwin Jackson. Can he start it again? Still looking for his first home run of the season. Rogers Center. The roof has been pushed back all afternoon, and the fans have been treated to extra innings. We are in the 10th of an 8-8 ball game. Aaron Hill had a 2-run double in the third, facing young Chris Sale. Sale in his third inning of work, his career high 2.2, 2 2/3 innings. That was back last September.
There was a lot of breaking balls. Hitters sitting over there on that bench for the Blue Jays have to register that. Think about that as they get to the plate.
There's a fastball that Hill fouled right back into the chest protector of A.J. Przinsky. 1-2. Hill's double came with 2 strikes off of Edwin Jackson. He drove in a pair. There's that breaking ball. Very good pitch from Sale. First out of the 10th. His third strikeout since entering the game.
Yeah, picked a good day to bring a good breaking ball to the ballpark. That one is tight and late breaking. He'll swings right over the top of it. Struck out a batter now, at least one of them in every inning.
Rajay Davis is 0 for 4. He bunts it up the third baseline. Morel bare hands it. What a play. Oh, he made a good play. A perfect bunt right near the line. He grabbed it with a bare hand and threw all in one motion and made a good strong throw to first.
Do you know how hard that throw is? He is in guarding against the bunt, but from where he threw it, you don't have a lot of area to throw that ball down that first base line. It's going to tail a little bit, and he executed that play perfectly.
Good looking young player. Eric Thames has struck out 3 times. He struck out against Sale back in the 8th. You would think that Thames is going to have to go to the opposite field to hit the ball against Sale.
Or hit a hanger right here. It's one thing that we've been impressed with young Eric Thames, that you can tell he's trying to get an idea at that plate, make adjustments to the pitchers, what they're trying to do to him.
3-0. Jose Molina is on deck.
Do you give him one shot here?
No. Force Sale into throwing a strike. And he walked him on 4 pitches. That's an advantage that Sale gave away.
The left on left.
Jose Molina's had a couple more hits today. He scored a big run in the 7th inning. Part of a 3-run 7th. That put the Jays up at the time 8-6. First pitch strike. Sale's got good velocity on his fastball. We've seen it as high as 95.
That's why there was some talk that, you know, maybe he could be a closer someday. He's tall, he's thin, he looks like he's got a rubber arm. Good hard fastball and a good breaking ball. There's also some talk of him maybe going back to the minor leagues and starting and getting some more innings under his belt. Again, he was just drafted last June. And here he is in the bullpen, pitching out of Ozzie Guillen's bullpen.
He pitched 10 1/3 innings in the minors before they called him to Chicago. Ball and a strike, 2 outs. I imagine now if you wanted to send him back to the minor leagues, you'd have to arm wrestle Ozzie Guillen. He's got a good arm and he's tough on lefties.
He gives Ozzie Guillen some flexibility in that bullpen also. They have 3 left-handers down there.
Step off and a throw to first. You could see Guillen looked like he was trying to get the shortstop's attention. Ramirez trying to move him in the hole, figuring that if Molina gets a breaking ball, he's going to pull it. There's a big hole at short.
Morel, the third baseman's guarding the line. Right there, no doubles.
Molina's on quite a hot streak. Really seeing the ball well. Two balls and a strike. Laid off a close fastball. 3-1. You take a gamble and start the runner here with 2 outs.
I'll take my chances. I think the way Molina has been swinging the bat, anything close, he's going to swing at it. Give him a head start.
There he goes. Swinging a drive to center field. Rios has room. Makes the catch in front of the track. They took a gamble. They started the runner, and Molina hit it, but he hit it right to the center fielder. We'll go to the 11th. It's 8-0. Rivera is having some season. Jason Frazier had a very good 10th inning. He's retired all 4 batters he's faced. He came into the game with 2 outs in the 9th. Brent Morel, the third baseman. Morel made a good play on Rajay Davis on a bunt up the third baseline. Now he shows bunt.
Mike McCoy crashing hard from third base. I didn't think he had a shot at getting Davis. Just a good play.
There's a drive toward the gap. Davis on the run. That's not going to be caught, and it bounces out of play. Morel with a leadoff ground rule double.
Multi-hit game for Morel as he catches a fastball and rips it to left field. Ball bouncing out of here. Now with a runner at second base and a player at the plate who can handle the bat, the infield is going to talk about how they're going to defend it. Juan Rivera has come in to talk to Jason Frazier. So has Mike McCoy, the third baseman. Pierre's a good bunter.
Pierre's always been a good bunter. He is always among the leaders in sacrifice bunts, and it's a good opportunity for that. When you look at Pierre, he has 7 sacrifice bunts. He squares and pulls the bat back. Boy, he waits a long time to square around. He's very good at bunting for a base hit as well, so he can use the same technique. There's a perfect bunt. McCoy comes in from third in time to get Pierre. 1 out. Go ahead run at third base. The 2011 Memorial Cup, it'll be St. John and Mississauga facing off for the MasterCard Memorial Cup. It's a great way to wrap up championship week as Canada's junior hockey champion is crowned. Join us Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern on Sportsnet East, Ontario, West and Pacific. So the infield has to come in now with the go-ahead run just 90 feet away. Pierre with his 8th sacrifice bunt. Alexi Ramirez has had 3 hits and a pair of doubles. Long look down at the coach, and then the hesitation from Ramirez. That might be a red flag that they're thinking about a squeeze.
Something might be up. This is the guy you want right here. A runner at third, less than 2 outs. You've got the right on right setup that you want.
2-0. Again, a long look down at Jeff Cox, the third base coach.
You always look for signs from the batter that they might tip something. They do something that you're not used to them doing. You're seeing.
There's a good changeup and wild swing from Rivera. The White Sox scored a run on a pass ball in the 8th inning. That came with 2 outs. That made it an 8-7 game. We're in the 11th. Tied at 8. Right at the knees. Well, Frazier's got a lot of confidence in his fastball.
Yeah, he can get it in there to those right hitters in a good spot. Down and in. With a little something on it. That one was 94 miles an hour. Trying to jam Ramirez, break his back, keep the ball in the infield.
2-2. Went for that inside corner and thought he got it.
Well, let's see if he did. We were talking about, as that ball's inside, how Ramirez is right on top of the plate. Just daring you to throw a fastball in there.
Infield is in. Full count. They walked him. Tried to go inside again and missed inside off the plate. John Farrell has a second left-hander in his bullpen. And he has made the call. Luis Perez, the young left-hander, will come on with Adam Dunn, his scheduled batter. With 1 out, Chicago's threatening with runners at first and third. Frazier gives way to Luis Perez. Wednesday afternoon. He came into the ball game in relief of JoJo Reyes, pitched 4 innings, was charged with 2 earned runs on 4 hits.
A couple of walks and 3 strikeouts in that game. Perez was a starter down in AAA, so he is stretched out. He can go a long way, and this is the matchup that they're looking for right here. A left-hander versus Adam Dunn. And remember, McPherson came in to pinch run for Paul Konerko. So a left-hander on deck, but you've got Quinton sitting on that bench.
1 out, runners at the corners. Dunn cuts on the first pitch. Dunn faced Zebchinski in the 7th. He grounded out, and that ran his hitless streak to 0 for 34 against left-handed pitching. And Perez very aggressively comes right at Dunn with 2 fastballs.
Get underneath that bat. Dunn struck out twice already today, looking for number 3. Only Jim Thome and Mike Cameron has had more 3 strikeout games in their career than Adam Dunn.
0-2. Pops it up a mile high on the infield. Hill at second waits on it. Dunn is retired. So now the scheduled batter is Dallas McPherson, but Ozzie Guillen has gone to the bench, and he will send Carlos Quinton up to hit. Quinton has been given the day off, and he will come in to face the left-handed pitching Luis Perez.
Nice to have a guy like this with those type of production numbers sitting on your bench.
Quinton in the series 0 for 8. But he's had a great run swinging the bat on the road.
Big road numbers. He's hitting over 300 versus lefties this year.
Carlos Quinton is among the American League leaders in home runs. He's first. Doubles first with 11 RBIs. He's driven in 29 on the road. Hit 294 on the road, just 194 at home. 2 outs, runners at first and third. Breaking ball, good cut on a breaking ball. He fouls it back. Perez is the 7th Blue Jay pitcher to work here this afternoon. Fly ball to right. Bautista backs up. He's got plenty of room. Perez does the job. Quinton comes off the bench and flies out to right. Jose Bautista would bat 4th if somebody can get on ahead of him. Middle of the 11th. We're still tied at 8 all. defensively now in right field. With that, the right fielder, Brett Lillibridge, will move in on the infield and play second base. And with Dallas McPherson out of the ball game, Omar Vizquel will make his first big league appearance at first base.
They had to go find a first baseman's glove for him. When he went out on the field, he had his infield glove, so they found a right-handed first baseman's mitt for him. Sergio Santos, the closer for the White Sox, enters the ball game now. Good numbers up and down for Santos.
Santos picked up the save on Thursday. Here trying to work to the bottom of the order. Mike McCoy grounded out his only at bat. That came in the 9th inning. Hard breaking ball. That's the big improvement we've seen from Santos from last year to this year. There's more depth on his breaking ball.
Yeah, it's hard too, just like you said. He's got a good fastball. He can get you. He's also developing a pretty decent changeup.
McCoy thought about a bunt and pulled the bat back. Rajai Davis put a pretty good bunt down the third base line in the 10th inning, and Brent Morrell, the third baseman, made a fine play. Threw him out.
To pick on somebody else if you're going to do that.
Popped up on the infield. Shortstop Ramirez. One down. So as again has gone to his power, he has asked 45-year-old Omar Vizquel to slide over and play first, and Sergio Santos has the first down of the 11th. Top of the order, Yunel Escobar. Good fastball right on the outside corner. Escobar singled with one out in the 9th. Got the third base, but was stranded there as Rivera grounded third to end the inning. Santos is tough.
Yeah, tough on right-handers, especially. That hard breaking ball. He's only given up one home run this year. That was to a right-hander. Righty's hitting just 128 against him.
Goes after a nasty breaking ball. 3-pitch strikeout for Santos. So with 2 outs, that'll bring Corey Patterson to the plate. Patterson's had a big day. He has a 4-hit day. He singled and scored in the first off Jackson. Another single, this time down the third baseline. He also scored in the third. A bouncing ball into center field that came in the 5th. And in the 7th inning, his 4th hit of the day, with Molina moving from first base, opening up a hole at second. Patterson's had 2 5-hit days in his career. Patterson's 4 hits has given Bautista an opportunity to do some damage here this afternoon. Bautista has homered, singled, and doubled. He's also walked. Vizquel knocks it down. Santos on his way to first, and he'll beat Patterson. So it doesn't make any difference where you put Vizquel. He comes up with a big play and throws the glove away, saying, I need my little glove. I wouldn't have dropped that ball. But the Blue Jays are down. We'll go to the 12th. 2011 MasterCard Memorial Cup. It's a great wrap-up to championship weekend as Canada's junior hockey champion is crowned. Join us at Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern on Sportsnet East, Ontario, West, and Pacific. The wrap-up of the MasterCard Memorial Cup. AJ Pierzynski goes after the first pitch from Luis Perez. Pierzynski had a 2-run double way back in the 5th inning. That put the Sox out in front, 6-5 at the time. Luis Perez came on with 1 out in the 11th and got Dunn to pop up and Carlos Quentin to fly out to right. He looks right at home in the big leagues.
Yeah, doesn't look rattled.
Jams Pierzynski. Hill on the move. 1 out.
We noticed that the first time he came into a ball game at Fenway Park, and I don't know about you, but I've seen a lot of young pitchers go into Fenway Park and just freak out. Perez hasn't freaked out at all every time he's been on that mound.
Alex Rios is hearing it from the hometown crowd here. Former Blue Jay, former #1 pick of the Jays. Goes after the first pitch and singles into left. McCoy was deep, tried to knock it down with a dive. 1 out single. Second hit for Rios.
He was asking Brian Butterfield, should I play the line? And they say, no, we're going to take the percentages away, but Rios gets it by him. And you got to figure he had 34 stolen bases last year. He will try and steal second base at some point here.
Just a modest lead. He didn't have a big lead, and he's still on the dirt when Perez throws the ball to first. Now he's got the right guy at the plate. Vizquel, with all of his experience, will let Rios have a pitch or two. Not going. There he goes. He got a late break. Looked like that was a hit and run on. He really got a late break. It was more of a hit and run break than a straight steal.
Yeah, make sure he goes home. Don't give it away too early.
Perez out in front, 0-1. Rios is on the move. Ball is hit to second. Hill will go to first to retire Vizquel. Rios moves into scoring position, but now there are 2 down.
Second baseman number 18, Rivera.
Brett Millibridge in his first at bat here this afternoon goes deep.
Home run number 5 on the season for Millibridge. Looked like a changeup that was up from Villanueva. Knocked it out of the ballpark. And be careful with this guy. He's had a good day.
Yeah, and he's had some good at bats. He's tripled off the center field wall, homered to left, and he flied to left field, hit the ball well. He's a dangerous hitter right now. 2 outs, and he's hacking.
Infielders are playing deep. Anything on the ground, they've got to smother it and keep that ball in the infield. You can see the middle of the diamond. Hill and Escobar back on that outer chalk line. Keep that ball in front of them.
Last thing you say to yourself is knock it down. Anything on the ground, you got to keep it on the infield. Off-speed pitch delivered way out in front. Perez went 4 innings his last time out on Wednesday afternoon in New York. gets away from Molina, and Rios will move up 90 feet. White Sox have had a lot of extra bases. Pass ball, a couple of wild pitches, and they have been able to take advantage.
Scored a big run back in the 8th inning on a pass ball. That ball bounced in front of home plate.
So they go ahead run now, just 90 feet away at third. A ball and 2 strikes, 2 outs. A breaking ball, Lillibridge hits a piece of it.
Not afraid to throw that breaking ball any time. He's got good movement with his fastball, and he's got good movement with his slider.
We'll do it again, 1-2. Lifts it into center field. Rajay with a long run, just short of the track. Brent Lillibridge gave it a ride, but the speed of Davis allows him to catch up. Perez gets out of the 12th inning. Jose Bautista will lead things off. He's had a great day at the plate, just a triple shy of the cycle. His 20th home run came in the 1st inning. He's had a single, a double, and he's also walked. In his first at bat, nobody out in the first. He goes deep. A 3-run home run, number 20 on the season. He singled to right in the 3rd. Then he doubled to the left field line. Just a triple shy of the cycle. Lays off the breaking ball. Bottom of the 12th inning.
He doesn't even offer at those pitches. You know, how do you do that? You know, you want to be at hitting mode and you want to get ready. But he sees it and he just doesn't even offer at it.
Santos working in his 2nd inning. 2-0. Way outside. Bautista has hit 2 3-0 home runs. You can bet he'll have the green light. That's a good swing.
Yeah, let it go, babe. He knew that he was going to challenge him with a fastball that time.
Extra innings. The Blue Jays haven't lost an extra innings in this ballpark. 4-0. Leadoff walk. Santos is the 5th White Sox pitcher to work. The Blue Jays have used 12 pitchers in the ballgame. Rivera's had a couple of hits, including a bases loaded double in the 7th. Pops this one up into shallow right. Lillibridge, the second baseman, out into right field, makes the catch. Omar Vizquel, his second inning at first base, has a different first baseman's glove now. He didn't like the first one he had.
This was the last play of last inning. Notice the glove is dark. So I don't like this one. Get rid of this thing. He'll find me something else that's broken in. So he changes up.
Aaron Hill, the first to throw, checking on Bautista. Yeah, if anybody knows about a glove, it's a glove and time Gold Glover. He said, this glove is no good. Give me a different one. Bautista has a big lead at first. Boy, Santos got a big arm. Converted infielder, and he's made the transition very effectively.
Looks very comfortable in that closer's role for the White Sox. You look for a closer, you want a guy with a big arm.
Ball and a strike. You take a shot at stealing a base here?
Why not? A.J. Pierzynski 9 for 48 this year in trying to throw out base runners.
Not going.
You know, there's a couple of other factors that go into it. Torey Lovello, the first base coach, has a stopwatch, and he is timing how long it takes Sergio Santos, by the time he starts towards home, how long it takes for that ball to get there. And if it's a number that works for him, they'll give him the green light.
There he goes. Got a good jump. Hill pops it up over near the right field foul line. Lillibridge in foul territory. Bautista got a pretty good jump.
Yeah. The element of surprise is now taken away.
So Bautista still at first. Now there are 2 down. Rajay Davis. Davis is 0 for 5 this afternoon. Bautista takes his lead. Not going. Check swing. Little tapper right to the first baseman, and that'll end things in the 12th. The Blue Jays get the leadoff runner on with the leadoff walk to Bautista, but can't do a thing with it. They strand a base runner here in the 12th. We'll go to the 13th. We're knotted up at 8. MasterCard Memorial Cup. It's a great way to wrap up championship weekend as Canada's junior hockey champion is crowned. Join us Sunday night at 7 p.m. Eastern on Sportsnet East, Ontario West, and Pacific. The MasterCard Memorial Cup. Luis Perez set to start his third inning. He came in with one out in the 11th. Brent Morel had a ground rule double his last time up. Goes after the first pitch. Morel comes out of the Cal Poly San Luis Obispo Baseball Academy out of the university. Good baseball school. It's where Ozzie Smith played college baseball. Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Big West Conference is good baseball. 0-2. Pops this one up. Hill backs up into the outfield. One out. Perez has allowed just a base hit since he's come into the game. Gave up a one-out single to Alex Rios in the 12th. Perez has plenty of pitches. He started in AAA.
Yeah, 7 innings, 8 innings, it doesn't matter. He is not on a pitch count. He can throw here all afternoon if they need him to. Pierre is still looking to extend his hit streak.
0 for 5 with a sacrifice bunt. Ball on the strike. Perez ahead.
Takes the bunt attempt away right there by throwing strike 2. So the infielders will back up now and play at their normal depth.
Two and two. One out in the 13th inning. The White Sox tied it up in the 9th with a single run. They scored a run in the 8th and a run in the 9th. That has been a problem for the Blue Jays. Late inning comebacks. Late swing. Hill quickly shovels to Rivera, and Pierre is retired. 2 outs.
Just like last time, keep him off the bases. Boy, he could run and create runs with his legs.
The White Sox scored 2 in the 9th on Thursday. That was the difference in the ball game as they held on for a 3-1 win.
Yankee series, there are a couple of games too.
Tuesday night in the CC Sabathia game, Yankees scored 2 in the 8th and 2 in the 9th. Alexei Ramirez has had 3 hits. He's also walked. Hit 2 more doubles here this afternoon. He now has 14 for the season.
13 of them in the month of May. Best in the major leagues.
Backdoor breaking ball. 1-2. Perez shows a lot of composure. He talked about his debut at Fenway Park not being affected by it.
Looks like he's been pitching in the big leagues 10 years.
Ball is lifted down the left field line. Thames runs out of room.
Well, at least he got the baseball. You're going to take one on the shoulder like that, you got to get the ball.
Hit him in the hand, hit him in the shoulder. Big left-hander. Adam Dunn is on deck. It's just 1 for 6 today. And he got his first hit in the series in the 5th inning. An RBI single to center. Another 1-2 pitch to Ramirez. Hit on the ground. Big hop for Escobar. Perez gets out of the 13th. Eric Thames will start things off for the Blue Jays. Then Jose Molina, he has 2 hits and scored a run. And Mike McCoy 0 for 2 since entering the ballgame. Bottom of the order when we come back. Bases loaded double with 2 outs in the 7th inning. And that made it 8-6 at the time. But then the White Sox closed to within a run in the ninth. Paul Konerko fights it off, hits it down the right field line into no man's land, and Ramirez would score the tying run.
And that's the last time that we have seen a runner cross the plate. That Juan Rivera bat was outstanding. 10 pitches to get that bases loaded double. Gavin Floyd, one of the starters for the White Sox, will come out of the bullpen now. And this is what a 6-man rotation can do for you. You've got one of your starters coming out of that bullpen.
Eric Thames takes the first pitch strike. Floyd last pitched on Wednesday afternoon. He was the tough luck loser in a 2-1 ball game against Texas. Well, they call that a swing on the appeal. Paul Himmel down at third base. Looked like Thames checked in plenty of time. It's 0-2.
Floyd's got that big curveball. Got a big hump on it. Enough fastball to get by him. How about Ozzie Guillen taking some of his starters and pushing them into the bullpen on days just like this?
Yeah, this is not an emergency situation. This is part of their plan with 6-man rotation. When Ozzie Guillen has just 6 pitchers in his bullpen, he will send 2 starters down there on their throw days. And obviously Floyd pitched on Wednesday, so he wasn't going to pitch in this series. Thames stays alive.
And I asked Don Cooper, I said, well, when do you send them down there? He says, they'll be there at the beginning of the game. It's their 2nd and 3rd days in between their starts that they can help out in that bullpen. If you have 6 starters, they're only carrying 6 relievers.
Thames pops it up into center field. Rios coming in. First out of the inning on Cooper. Long-time pitching coach in his 9th year with Ozzie Guillen. Cooper's been in the White Sox organization since 1987 when he was the pitching coach at South Bend and A-ball.
He's a good one. He knows a little bit about everything. He's taken a few players from other organizations, recommended trading for them, gotten a hold of them, and he's really made them into good pitchers. Matt Thornton comes to mind.
Molina bounces it up the middle. Ramirez can't make a play on him. Molina's aboard again. Molina's got a tough time with the score here. Twice in this series he's had hits taken away from him, and Ramirez is charged with an error.
I don't know how you call this an error. A ground ball back through the middle, right over the bag, and the shortstop's got a long way to go. Watch him reach for the ball, and they give him an error. I think they are using Molina's lack of speed against him.
Yeah, and that takes exceptional effort from the shortstop to make a play on that.
You can't assume that he's going to take the ball and throw it a strike over there and he's going to be safe.
He's got to catch it cleanly, right himself, and make a good throw. And I know Molina doesn't run well, but still, that takes an exceptional effort from the shortstop. Mike McCoy. This is his 3rd at bat since entering the ball game. He came in defensively in the 8th.
Especially at home. You got to get those calls while you're at home. You're not going to get it on the road.
John Farrell felt that the error yesterday was a base hit. That would have been Molina's 3rd hit of the game. McCoy pops it up on the infield. Shortstop Ramirez. Back to the top of the order. Escobar with his 7th plate appearance. He walked in his first at bat. He singled in the 9th but was stranded. Drives this ball to center, but Rios has a beat on it. He catches it, and we will go to the 14th. Gavin Floyd comes out of the bullpen and gives up a base runner, but nothing else. Night game, 7:07 start. Tuesday and Wednesday also night games. For tickets, log on to BlueJays.com. Call the Blue Jays directly at 416-341-1234. Or you can stop by most Rogers Plus locations. The front-running Cleveland Indians of the AL Central, 30-18 with a 6-game lead over the Tigers. Jojo Reyes will match up against Fausto Carmona in the opener.
Indians are cooling off a bit. They are leading today, although they've lost a couple in a row.
They would have to cool off a little bit. They still have the most wins in the American League at 30. And Perez starts off Adam Dunn with a slow breaking ball for a strike. 14th inning. And the breaking ball. Perez out in front, 0-2. Ricky Romero will go to the mound tomorrow. He'll be matched up against John Danks. John Danks, a very good left-handed pitcher, off to a tough start. 0-7. The first Sox pitcher to start the season 0-7 since Neil Allen in 1987.
But he has pitched games where he's pitched well. He could have 4 or 5 wins as John Danks.
John Danks went 15-11 a year ago. Made 32 starts and had 162 strikeouts.
They both might have to go deep tomorrow because the bullpens might be blown out the way we're going here this afternoon.
There's a ground ball. Mike McCoy is over at second and Dunn's retired. Good start to the 14th. Blue Jays played a 14-inning game on April 9th, Saturday night, against the Angels out on the West Coast.
Had that game won, but then a run taken off the board.
Miser Asturias in the 14th and an RBI single that scored Peter Borges. And all came with 2 outs. Carlos Quinton bounces it to short. Big hop for Escobar. 2 outs.
Isn't it amazing? You find you play this good. The team was scoring at will the first 7, 8, 9 innings of this game. 8 runs between both of them, 16 together, and now you get into extra innings and nobody can score.
Yeah, they only had 11 half innings of scoreless baseball in 9 regulation innings. Now they can't get anything going. 2 outs. The catcher AJ Przinsky's had a long day, and he's going to get a single. Hits it into center field. A 2-out single. Just the second hit allowed by Luis Perez.
Breaking ball over the middle of the plate. Przinsky picks up his second hit. Both of these catchers have had long days. They've been on base a lot. They've been involved in a lot of plays defensively.
2 outs. Rios takes the first pitch, strike. Oh, I like that. Perez used a slide step and threw a changeup. That's a pretty veteran move. Generally, when you use the slide step, you throw a fastball because you're trying to get the ball quickly to your catcher. Rios lifts the liner into left field. Eric Thames makes a nice sliding catch. Thames in his first game in the outfield in the big leagues takes a hit away from Alex Rios. Corey Patterson, the DH, will start things off. Jose Bautista needs a triple for the cycle, and Juan Rivera has had a 3-run double. He's also scored 3 runs.
He will try for the 3rd time now to get a 5-hit game. You mentioned it, he's had one. A couple in his career. The last time was July of 2006 versus Tampa Bay.
Jose Bautista, the number 2 hitter this inning, has homered, singled, walked, doubled, and walked. He's also struck out.
Juan Rivera has had a big day also. He'll be hitting 3rd this inning. An infield single and a bases clearing double.
Patterson set to face Gavin Floyd for the first time this afternoon. Floyd working in his 2nd inning. Popped out of play. If you're wondering why Gavin Floyd is pitching, we've addressed that. The White Sox have a 6-man rotation at this time, and Floyd is not scheduled to pitch again until Tuesday. That would be against the Red Sox in Fenway.
When did they turn the lights on?
Getting a little dark? Kind of clouded up around here, didn't it? They haven't given any indication that they're going to close the roof, but it looks like it's become kind of threatening. Corey Patterson drives it to right. This ball is gone. Walk-off home run for Corey Patterson. The 3rd walk-off home run for the Blue Jays this season. It comes in the 14th. His 5th hit of the day.
Finish it off, Corey. Exclamation point against Gavin Floyd. 3rd time in his career that he has had a 5-hit game, and he doesn't need the lights. He hits that one out and circles the bases as the Blue Jays win it and get back to 500.
What a day for Corey Patterson. In the DH role, he comes up with a 5-hit day and a game winner.
Looked like a breaking ball down and in. Turns on it. And really, there was no doubt about it to right field. You can circle the bases right off the back wall in right field. Blue Jays remain undefeated at home in extra innings. They go to 5-0.
3rd time the Blue Jays have won a game in extra innings with a home run. Escobar, McDonald, and now Corey Patterson. They win it 9-8. Luis Perez wins his first Major League ball game in relief. Blue Jays have taken a 2-1 lead in the 4-game series. We will be back here tomorrow afternoon for the series finale. Ricky Romero going up against John Danks.